Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have to clear my voice again. Oh, it's been so much talking lately. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I am delighted to be back in Workers and Resources once again because it's an awesome game. I just have so much fun, and there's so much to do in this title. I'm just having a blast. Hello, Mr. Nuts. Hi, how are you? Martin, hello. Suprit, hello. Pete. Is it about 10 minutes? It's now. Your message was like 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, it's now. How you doing? Yeah, Raw Weirdness. Love the name. Raging Duck. Love the name, admittedly, more. Sorry. Sorry, Weirdness, but Raging Duck takes it. How are you? Kyle, Trevor, welcome in. Jim, good morning. Hey, yo, what goes here? How's it going? How am I today? I'm okay. It's a good day. I think it's going to be a great day. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but I think we're probably gonna get rid of realistic mode today for this save. We're gonna turn it off today, I think. We'll see. Depends on what people like. I mean, I imagine I already know the answer to this, but it kind of depends on what people like about this. Hi, Don Law. How are you? So, this stream and Friday, basically this week. This week is the final week for this Republic. The final week for this stream series. I said it from day one that I was planning to play this until the update comes out. Well, I'm not entirely sure whether or not the update will come out for me to play it next week. But unfortunately, my babysitter situation to watch my daughter, my babysitter situation has been cut a week shorter than I thought it would. It's just basically she's, with communication with us, she's like, basically, I'm just too busy to come out to your house and watch your daughter. She's lovely, but I there's no time. And I understand it because she is incredibly busy. Whoops. What I need to do is find a babysitter that has no life. Find one that just has nothing going on in their personal lives. Anyway, so it's cut a week short. She's not going to be able to watch anything beyond Friday, so I'm back to my schedule before a week earlier than I thought I would be. What is that schedule before? Recording during nap time, and also at night. That's basically it until I find a new sitter. And so there's no chance I can stream regularly, even to plan ahead a day in advance and say tomorrow we're doing it at this time or we're doing it around this time would be a bit of a stretch to do. So everything goes on-demand videos after this week. And I didn't want to transition this to be sort of an on-demand thing. And so I'm just going to take that opportunity to wrap up some other things that I'm admittedly being paid to create, whether side job or sponsored on the channel for, because I've got side jobs too, by the way. Yeah, we'll be ending it this Friday. And yeah. Be ending it this Friday, and we'll start hopefully next week. We'll see. Hopefully next week the update comes out for public beta testing. I haven't decided if I want to play it during the public beta phase. However, I think I will, because from what I can see and from what I hear from those who are internal testers, it's a pretty stable build. Not a whole lot of problems in it. There is one problem that persists still, and it kind of is annoying, but that's going to get patched up. I'm sure it will, probably within the next week, so it should be fine and not patched when I play it. So when the public beta hits for this, and I can actually get access to it, because I don't have any like insider access beyond what any of you guys have. So when when that happens, then I'll take a look at it for stability and test out the new systems and stuff and just make sure everything is working and functional. And then I'll start the next chapter, the new book. It's not really a next chapter. It's more like a whole new book for the next workers and resources on an update that's coming, which is the biggest update this game has ever had. And it takes this game to a completely different level that makes it just an incredible challenge that I want to conquer. And it's the last update, really the last major update that the game will get before its full release. And so we should have several months to work on stuff. So I imagine we'll get a lot of progression done in that amount of time. It's exciting that you're saying that I was going to ask if you would do that before you end the series. I want to see your plans before this ends. Yes. So today I think we're going to be turning off realistic mode so that we can basically give my Republic a ton of money so that it can just complete all the projects that I have pending. We can buy all the trains that I wanted to have and get all the people that I wanted to have. And then we can see if it works. See how fluid it works. See what the goal was that's currently laid out. And then I can continue on with, I want to say bigger and better things. That may not be the right way of saying it, but yeah, bigger and better things. We can continue with bigger and better things. But I think it's going to be great. Yeah. I learned a lot with this playthrough as it relates to how realistic mode behaves, how certain things need to be done in realistic mode. I obviously never did the water and sewer system before this update. I never did any crime and legal stuff before this update. So there was just a lot. There was a lot that had to be learned, a lot of questions had to be answered before I get into another update that just complicates everything to a whole new level. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't learning too many things at one time. And, I got nearly 800 hours in this game, and I'm still learning things. And because big updates keep coming, there's always new things to learn. So, always new things to be good there. As far as what the goal is for the next playthrough, I would really like to get to 100,000 citizens. I think 100,000 citizens in a republic would be fantastic. You see how many, how much we've built here with this. It only gets more complicated in the next time, and we're only at 21K here, so that's like 5 times the people. I think I would really like to get, yeah, I think so. Charlie, is it because I don't have a hat by my name that you didn't greet me? No, it's not. That's not it. It's because I can't greet everyone. I try to, but I can't greet everyone. Were you here when I was saying hi to everyone, or did you come in like after that? I don't know. Maybe I just completely overlooked you, and I'm sorry. But I did say hi to like a lot of people without. I said hi to a lot of people without hats. And I also didn't say hi to a lot of people with hats. So I don't think it's that. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So anyway, we have this farm is working, and I like the way the trees, if I can get the daytime to come back. Making pretty good money here. Oh, this is my tester save. Hang on. I already see it. This is my tester save. Yeah. The cloud one, I gotta reload a different one. It's not the right save. This is my play around with it and see if it works save. And I don't want to play on that one. I want to play on the legit one. There's not that much difference, but the one difference between each of those is that realistic mode is disabled. And we're going to disable it anyway, but I don't want to have the stuff that I did with realistic mode disabled affecting it. So there. I think that's going to be better. Yeah. Also, we're building these 2 bricks and stuff. Still debts on that one? No debts on that one. Just a lot of... there's a lot of things that I've that I've got in place that I didn't place here with you, right? There's like little things, and as soon as I see one of them, I go, oh wait, and yeah, because I kind of have them really close together in terms of I try to keep them really current to each other so that they're not really out of date. And I do that a lot in some games. I'll have a save where I try and tinker with things, and then I'll have a save where it's legit as the run, but the plans are now in my head instead of being here, and then I can add those plans with you. I tend to do that a little bit in complicated games. I think it's a good way to. I think it's a good balance because I still want to plan it with you, but I don't want to necessarily plan it from scratch with you, right? Food is always going to keep notifying us that we're out of food, because I think we're at the limit of what a single food factory can even accomplish. But we also don't have crops, so that's a problem. Hello, train. Yes, can you just go get me stuff, please? Yeah. As far as crops go, though, you'll see that we do have crops being delivered on trucks, and that's because one of these, all the way over here. God, this looks good, doesn't it? Especially at the sunset and everything. Like, the crops, like, just with the trees and everything. I'm definitely doing this next time. Like, outlining these with trees worked out really, really cool. Worked out really well. Definitely going to plant trees around the crops. It doesn't have to be quite so thick. You know, like, I don't need big areas like this, for instance. But I'm definitely going to be planting around the crops. It looks really good, I think. See, they've begun harvesting. Now, if I wanted them to harvest faster, of course, I would just go up here and I would purchase more combines and then get those in here, and then they would begin to harvest even faster. Because we plant the crops really fast, but we don't harvest as fast. And then once these roads are done, we would be farming these fields next year. It's good. Can you test put trams? No, I don't plan on doing any trams. Despite your spam, I won't be doing trams today. Just how much money with realistic mode off do you think you're going to need to build all the stuff? I would think maybe 10 million would be okay. Yeah, I think 10 million would be okay. The airport is a pretty big expense, but it's not that bad. Should we do it? Should we turn the mode off? I'm pretty sure we're stable enough to handle it aside from food. I think food is starting to get stretched thin, and what basically happens is if people can't get enough food, then they start to slowly die away, and you know, new people come in and then they die, and then new people come in. So your population basically just gets slammed against a wall, and I'm pretty sure 21K is a wall that we're just not going to be able to realistically overcome. We just simply don't have enough food to overcome that. And you know, like, we're loading food into this train right now, so other trucks and stuff can't have it, and then that train is gonna bring the food over to here, right? Like, all of this still keeps happening, and then once the food gets brought here, it triggers these guys to get a boxcar and then come over here and grab that food and then take it to wherever other destinations it needs to go, which has been a pretty good way of doing it. I like it. I like this way of doing it. I think it's been pretty good. There's the train that gets triggered, so it'll come over and grab the food and clothes and everything and then take it to other destinations, right? So we kind of just move it around between trains, and I think that's okay. But in hindsight, I think I would rather have had 2 food factories set up before we get to 20K. So I'm thinking 2 food factories at the 15K mark would be a really good cushion. Even if they're split between them, I can always add more workers. Speaking of that, I think reflecting on this, having more workers, making a bigger residential area for the jobs we have. I think this is really compact. It's not that big. If you take a look at this whole republic, right? It's all through here, all this area right here and there, all of this, right? It's all done by people that live in this space right here. That's it. So it's pretty compact, and I was able to compact this like this because of these Dnipro flats. These flats are really cool in that they can give me a lot of people in a very dense area. In the next update, though, you have to build differently. You can't just build these right away. You can't build these right away even. You got to research that before you can get high quality housing. And so we're going to be using, you know, lower residential housing for a while. There's these bricks flats here that have 72% quality, right? Medium ones with 82%. They don't hold as many workers, etc. A lot of these things are going to need to be built initially because the bigger ones are locked behind research. You know, you have to research how to make people comfortable and everything. So I think that's a big deal. So what I'd like to do today and tomorrow is to essentially finish all the plans that I had in my head and to take a look at what that does and what it means and how it works together and whether or not it would have worked at all. Keep in mind, though, that as we build it, in realistic mode, as we built it, I would have been able to see, you know, little things that maybe aren't going to work as it built and tweak them. So it's possible that sort of some major things that are broken with these plans that I would have discovered as we built it, which I won't be able to now because we're just going to pay for it all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into here. I'm going to turn off realistic mode like this, okay? And it's gonna warn me that there's possible bugs that can happen with this. I haven't really experienced many, to be honest. Oh, we're also building a pipe here. See, another thing I forgot to do over here is provide sewage coverage for these guys. For these guys, the water treatment plant and stuff. I forgot to provide water coverage. Sorry, not water coverage, sewage coverage. And so I built a sewage tank right here as fast as I could, but I still have to pipe it. And so now it's being piped over into here. But it's nicer to have all the sewage going into this tank instead, because a single sewage truck with 12 cubic meters can just pull all of it out, where that single truck isn't going to be pulling out as much at a time from this building here. So, yeah. Just what you need from this game, further difficulty. It's going to get much more difficult, yes. There's so many things being added, it's crazy. I know you're at the end of the series, but it's been awesome. You're a whiz at this game. I appreciate it, Michael, thanks. We'll see how much of a whiz I am when they just, like, completely gut everything I know and love and replace it with something that I'm sure I'll love more or I'll hate. Waste management, man. Oh, God, that's going to be such a drag. But, you know, on the plus side, you know, and not just waste management, but also building maintenance. All the buildings need maintained, so you need maintenance to do them, or they'll deteriorate and quality will drop and people will get upset and all that stuff. So you need to maintain all the buildings regularly. You need to maintain all of your vehicles regularly. That's in the next update too. So all of your vehicles, your cars, your trucks, your trains, they all deteriorate and need maintained, like my mechanics and stuff. So that stuff has to keep happening. The cool part, though, is that we're actually going to be able to purchase used vehicles from borders. And the options that are available at those borders are not only different at each border, but also changing throughout the game at each border. Because they're used, they're secondhand, you don't have all of the options all the time, and you have situational things where people have traded in their used vehicles and stuff for different ones, and so we're going to be able to buy used vehicles, which means they'll have a little bit of wear and tear on them, they'll have, you know, maybe many years of operation already under them, but they'll be cheaper, and so that might allow us to purchase vehicles and start using vehicles secondhand. Another thing I'm interested in, and I have no idea if it will work, and I don't think anyone has an idea if it'll work yet, because it's just announced yesterday. No, 2 days ago, they made this announcement that they're going to allow you to buy used vehicles. I wonder if there is legitimacy to buying used vehicles, fixing them with your mechanics, and then reselling them for a profit. I don't know if that's going to be something that's possible. Can we buy a used vehicle that has, like, say, 35% wear and then resell that vehicle at the border after it has 0% wear and have it be worth more than we paid for it? I have no idea if that's possible. I imagine probably not, but who knows? That could be a viable business opportunity. We just have vehicles that go in and buy used vehicles at the border all the time, bring them to the mechanic, and then bring them over and sell them. I have no idea if that will work. That's something we can experiment with next time. Add grain storage are big, up to 8,000 tons. Yeah, there's a lot of new modded assets that have been added. There's been some very prominent modders for this game. I have never explored any mods for this game. I've never bought any mods. I've never installed any mods for this game before. So the fact that a lot of mods are becoming vanilla, that will be interesting to me too, because I'll have a lot of different building options and designs, and you know, different vehicles are coming to the game. There's lots of things. Like, everything's changing. I don't want to say it's going to be a completely different game, but it's going to feel like a completely different game. The next thing I want to do today is we're going to go and we're going to activate the cheat mode. All right. And this is something that I do in my... This is another reason why I don't want to play my other save. Because I cheat with my other save to plan things. So we have cheat mode enabled now. And all we're going to do is add a whole bunch of rubles to our bank account. We're just going to add... I'm going to say... Let's go with 100 million and see if I was even remotely close to right on what I was going to do. Probably not. So we're going to add like 100 million-ish, all right? And then we'll go ahead and turn off cheats. All right. So now we can build anything we want as fast as we want. And so I think the first thing to really set up to make sure it was going to work is oil, right? I want to know whether or not our oil system was going to work or not. I'd also like to know whether or not chemicals can be produced here with this oil supply, and whether or not it would have worked in providing chemicals to the rest of the Republic as needed, right? All these things were kind of a question mark. I'm pretty confident this would have worked. This was going to be fine. But the chemicals thing was like a new thing. Because I was going to place it over here and have it brought in with trucks and then trained out. And now I'm going to change this now to where everything was basically directly getting trained out. And so, you know, that was something that I was going to look at. So we have a lot of rails and stuff here, right? First thing I think I'm going to do, they are very close to completing this already. I haven't cheated yet, but they're very close to completing this bridge. They've been working so hard on this bridge, you know, but it's time it gets completed. So we're going to go ahead and pay to have the bridge completed. All right. And then once the bridges are done, or sorry, not the bridges, the tunnels. Once the tunnels are completed, then people can move through here much easier to get where they need to go. That should be good. And then once they're able to get through there, I can go ahead now and just tear this bridge down. So this bridge is gone. We don't need this bridge anymore. And now with this bridge out of the way... Oh, I should probably turn off the day-night cycle too if I'm going to test this stuff out. Yeah, why don't we do that too? Why don't we turn off the day-night cycle? We'll just say static... I think we'll stay static sun for now. Maybe just always stay. Oh, I don't want to reload the game. Okay, never mind. We'll just play it. It's okay. Just play it. I mean, we're able to queue things up to build with money now, so it's whatever, right? Let's make sure the tunnels get built, although I did want to see kind of how fast the tunnel boring machines could have worked on that. But it's the bricklaying phase. This one here is... Yeah, I kind of want to get these done. So this right here, just to get the trains in here the way I wanted, is another 5 million rubles worth right here. We'll get those built. We'll also go ahead and build a lot of these other things too. I think we'll switch on auto build with rubles now, so I don't need to build it with my resources anymore. There's still pending projects that they'll totally do, but I do want to again experience what this could have been like had we completed it. So I'm just going to now complete this rail connection there and there. Here we go. And then now I can pop this in, pop this in. And again, it all would have been done eventually, but because we are really getting close to the end, right, I want to make sure we get it done. So we'll go ahead and build this out so that we can deliver coal here with the train. And then, you know, the rail was going to continue in this direction. I think it was going to look great. I think the rails here we're gonna work really well, but I don't know that, so that's why I want to test it out and make sure that they would have, you know. I wish there was a faster button to build all these with rubles after placing the plans. I'm not sure there is. I don't think you can just highlight it with build with rubles. Yeah, with auto build with rubles, there's no way to really do that, I don't think. So I think you have to click them all manually, but It's all right. Okay, so we want to go ahead and just build the oil. Let's get... They did build the pipes because I had them on high priority, but I didn't have the pumping stations on high priority because I forgot to do that. So they would have been taking forever to build this. But I'll at least get it to there because this will prove the concept at least. You know, it obviously is going to get through the whole network eventually, but having this part done would at least prove the concept. So we'll go ahead and get this done. They were actually very close to this underground pipeline. They really had, they had another 50 tons of steel to deliver, but so that would have taken a while. But I did want to get, again, a lot of this oil system set up, powered, running into Opexki. So we'll just go ahead and do a lot of this. This is the kind of stuff that you can do when you make a lot of money and don't play in realism mode. You get to progress so much faster without realism mode. Everything is so much faster. You just get to build what you want, and that's it. It's no problems. You just build what you want. We get the wind turned on over here so we can have some power. I'm actually curious on whether or not this got built or not. Not completely. They did start it, though. Very close to done. It has 14 work days. There's 167 rubles worth of work to do. So that's done. Fine. And then that way, that means that high voltage switch could be completed. We'll want to get the power and stuff hooked up in these areas. So just real quick, gonna turn all this stuff on. There's a batch to pay for construction. Is there? Start batch construction. Now, I'm wondering if that... So this tool works with here. It doesn't just work with this. No, it definitely doesn't work with this. Oh, batch auto construction using... Oh, okay, there it is. Thank you. All right, found it. Thank you. That's gonna help a lot. So we'll just do that. Beautiful. Okay, I'm glad that that's existing. I'm glad that exists. I'm glad you exist. Thank you for the help. Na, 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 na. All right, so we got this. I think I probably would have moved the heating plant eventually, but I'm gonna not do it for now. Let's go ahead and get all of this chemicals, all the chemicals put together as well. I want to see whether or not this would have worked. So all of this stuff gets done. All the roads get put in. I want all these tanks put in so that we can output fuel that we create to these areas, right? I want the rail done. I want all these rails done, and I actually want the tunnel completed too, right? So we'll get the tunnel completed without the tunnel boring machine's involvement. And I think over here I'd like to see these farms completed, so I'll go ahead and do this as well. Everything is building. That looks really, like, honestly, that looks really cool. Just having everything built at one time like that. That was really cool. How's the highways here? Let's complete these just so I can see it completed. This rail, right? We want to do all this, right? So all the constructions we currently had pending are all getting done. And look, I've already used 50 million rubles to do this. I'm not going to bother with this yet, but we might see that. We'll see. There's the pump jacks, right? You have all these pump jacks over here that are going to get working. All the piping is done now. Yeah, all this piping brings things out to here. So again, I wanted to go into my oil setup, and we'll have the pumping station. And it's going to be an underground one. We're going to keep this underground. And we would put this... I'm not entirely sure where we'd put this. If I was going to put it, it'd be about here. Right about in this area next to, say, these three trees. Looks like is where it's going to be. Up these three trees. So I'd probably put it about here. Flip the road so that it's, you know, better for fire coverage. Put it about here. And then this underground pipe would go that way. And then same thing again. We would want to make sure that the... make sure that this goes this way. So it looks like maybe right before this road is where this would go. So we do the same thing again. Make the... go like this so that the road is on this side. And probably right up against this road would be okay. And then the underground pipe goes like that. That brings the oil out to this point. And then, again, it needs to meet up with those things over there. So there's going to be at least one more, probably two more to get out this way. So we'd say right about... go with that tree as a reference. So we'd say right about here is where it would go. So we'll build it, let's say to there. And then, again, we would have this flipped over. And it would be about, like, say here. I think that's probably where each is just fine. Yep. And then from here, I could technically just pop this into that, and that would connect, and that would work. It's actually the perfect length. But then I only have one pipe feeding into the system, and I was hoping for two to do this. So instead, we're going to do another pump, and that other pump is going to be on the other side of the tracks, probably around where that poplar tree is. So it'll be about right around where this poplar tree is. And then at that point, we would run it to one more. That one more would be to about here. So right next to that one. And we'd put it about here, I think. Right in the range of power. Sounds great. And then this one would connect to there. And at that point, we're good. Because then I could take this one and connect it to this one. And now we have two... we have two pipes running through this, which is great. Okay, so let's build all of this stuff too. And with all of this stuff connected, we should now, as long as it's hooked up to power, which it may not be, it's not, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that too. As long as it's hooked up to power, what we can do is, I think we have all of this stuff connected, okay, but what we don't have here is a way, like a place for this power to go yet, right? So we want to have this power going somewhere. And so for that, I would have probably what I would have done is this power would be sort of providing power throughout this area. It's not going to go across the river. We already have a source of power that comes across the river. I wanted to do a wind farm over here, but we already have this source of power here. So probably what I would do instead, and what I've already marked in, I thought I already had didn't I already have the power planned out here? No? Alright, well, it doesn't look like I did. So what we'll do is we'll add a power transformer, let's say right here. Just off to the side here like this. And then we'll run, let's say, it's a 12 megawatt going under the water, so there's no point in going over that. So I say we take, well, okay, 13. I guess that's the only option I have. So 13 would go this way. That connects this to power here. And then we simply have our substations, which are going to connect all of this to different power. So we'd have one there. We have substations already planned in through there. We'd probably want another one, so we'd pop another one maybe right here. It's not really an exact science. It just has to provide power in to a lot of different things. So it goes maybe like right here. We'd have two of them here, it looks like. One there, and then one over here. Okay. And then with all those being built, we then take our medium voltage wires, because we're paying for it. We go there with one. We go here with the next. We go down like this with you. That. We run parallel to this for a little bit. No. Fine. Take the F4 away. Just go deeper. Cool, whatever. There. Okay, so that runs power to those facilities, and then we have power running to this one and out to this one. All right, so now this whole area is powered. We should see electricity running and operating for all of these things. Now there's no input and output connection, and these pump jacks are running. So there's clearly a bottleneck here somewhere, and that bottleneck probably... No, it's moving oil. So that means it's going to... Yep, this is moving oil. So we should see oil. Yeah, so that works. Done. That works. So oil is being pumped into this tank, which means it's being imported from here. Very good. The drinking water supply and everything was going to come from a one of these. Water substation that was going to be over in this area. I just hadn't built it yet. So it's going to be about here. And that was going to have a supply of water provided into a water tower in the middle of this roundabout. I thought this would fit. I thought I planned this where it would fit, but I may not have. Could have swore there was a configuration where this would fit. I think I needed to go a little bit wider with it. Unfortunate, because that would have been pretty cool to have that right in the middle. So note to self, go a little bit wider than the minimum with things like that. I could also build the underground reservoir instead, which I suppose is probably a better fit since it can hold more water. So okay, so we could go ahead and do something like this where it goes in the middle here. Okay. And then that reservoir was going to receive water via a pump. A big pumping station is going to be right here. I believe I needed a pump between the reservoir and this. I keep forgetting that, so I need to remember that too. I need to like note to self in my head that you require pumps between storage and usage, because you have to have a way of moving the water. You need to be able to create pressure. So there it goes. Charlie, is the dock up? I want to see you get at least one ship out there. We're going through it right now. I'm testing different systems. For today and tomorrow, we're going to test the different plans that are already in place to make sure that they work. And right now I'm doing oil. Then we could take a look at maybe getting ships, although I think next I was going to focus on vehicle production because I really wanted to see if this thing could thrive. The only way to really truly see if this can thrive is to get a population that can handle it. That was what Caringlab was going to eventually be. There's going to be a lot of people living over here with a lot of services and stuff over here. Why don't we just go ahead and have all of this built too. And the bridge. And I'll save the airport for a second. I know the airport's like something a lot of people want to see. And I'm going to save that. I'm going to save that for a bit. But I do want to see this bridge built, because I think that's going to look cool. How it just like does it by sections like that. Then it paves it. Very cool. So there's our bridge across the water. I think that looks pretty awesome. Caringlad's fully built now. And we didn't actually get citizens with this because I don't have a lot of people yet, but we're working on that right now. So the other thing I wanted to do is get the rail done out this way, and we can finally get despite my best efforts to avoid doing so, we can finally get the track builder over here, now that it no longer matters. Although that track builder could probably build out our metro, because that's another thing I really wanted to try out and make sure it worked, was this. Can we build, right? Can we build the metro with this transition is what I wanted to know. And so we don't have the tunnels and stuff done yet. These are all like, you know, oh, they're all being built. So I did want to see if the track builder would do it. So let me make sure that these are projects that we're not going to have done right away. I don't want to build the whole thing out. I want to make sure that the track builders will do it. Yeah, so we'll start these again. Yep. These ones just got built. Apparently all of the stuff is done. Yay. You know, when you drag your tool on things, it happens. Nope. Okay. That should stop construction from taking place and allow me to test out whether or not this is the correct way of going about doing that. I have no idea if that is the case. We'll find out. Tunnel's being bored right now. Okay. So yeah, I need to get more people over here. And you see I've already blown 100 million on this. But I need to get more people living here. So let's up the population limit. And what we're going to do, just to make sure that they stay alive, is we're going to put this on auto purchase. We're going to make sure that they have everything they need in this building all the time. And so we're going to put all this on auto purchase. Nobody will ever want or like desire clothes, food, etc. Anymore. Just because we already know that the delivery mechanisms behind that stuff works. So we don't need to like question whether or not it's going to work or not. Same thing here. Make sure that this is auto purchased. And over here at this store, we'll make sure that this is also auto purchased. Okay, so now people's basic needs and desires and stuff, they're never going to have to wonder whether or not it's in stock. But it does mean that our money's going to rapidly drop, okay? So to do that, we're just going to have to go in and give ourselves more money. We're just going to have to give ourselves more, guys. That's all there is to it. All right, we need to have... I think we need to have a lot more cash. I don't know about you, but... There you go. And damn, either Charlie got a massive loan or he cheated for the last episode. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. So this week is the last week for this series if you're just joining us, and I wanted to see if my existing plans will work. I'm not sure that they will. I believe they will, but I'm not sure that they will. So I wanted to test it out and see if they'll work. And so what we're doing is basically allowing everything that we had pending to build, and then we're going to get more people in and everything to make sure that everything would actually work here upon it being done. So obviously everything is progressing way faster than our economic situation can handle. So we're going to need to give ourselves money constantly since we don't have everything else set up, you know, for the sake of doing that. However, I do think that we can just get a whole bunch of citizens in here right now, and that would be okay. So let's get a whole bunch of citizens added to Opexki. Our population is going to jump, and we'll see whether or not any of that works. You can see, of course, that our power is not working as well as it could. Actually I can't force workers to come here, but what I can do is finish our metro and then make sure that people are constantly running through here. So there's that too. So the metro, for this, I wanted the metro to deliver people to 3 locations. I wanted them to be delivered here, here, and here. That was the 3 locations. You always remind me. You're so good at reminding me to change my audio to not be my speakers. You're always so good at this. Big Z coming in with 10 gifted memberships. You guys are insane. Thank you so much for the incredible generosity, incredible support. We're up to almost 200 members now. And then we get another emote. I've added 3 new emotes for you guys who are people. You guys who are people. For you guys who are members, I've added 3 new emotes for you because I was able to do so with all the gifted memberships. YouTube has allowed me to add more, and so it's every 25 or something like that I get to add another one. And so that is yeah, that's happening now. That's cool. Wow. I think I'm gonna wait on rail construction, but I did want to get the Can someone gift me? No, they can't. No, they literally can't. They can't choose who to gift it to. So you get gifted it based on how interactive you are with this channel. So people who are it's also poor form to ask, but even if it wasn't poor form to ask, they literally can't do it. YouTube doesn't allow targeting. I don't know why, they just don't. it's gifted to you based on how interactive you are with the channel. YouTube decides who gets it. So if you're here at streams more often, you chat more often, and I don't mean like messages per minute either. I mean like, you know, how many days have you been here? That kind of thing, right? That's how YouTube decides who gets it. So if you want gifts, you don't ask. You just, because you can't get it anyway that way. Instead, you just are here more often and you engage more often, and the system decides to choose you then. That's basically how it works. Hope that makes sense. Going to get experts in here because might as well, to make sure that everybody is good to go here. Also, I think we probably should have gotten walkways through here. I probably would have done this anyway as these things started to get built. But getting walkways here is a pretty good idea. And then right through the middle here, there's a walkway there, and a walkway there, and a walkway was going to go from here over like that too. That's going to allow them to get across the tracks to the beach if they wanted to get to the beach. Now, I wanted workers to come to this train because the train needs to bring people over here. So what we could do, in addition to buying ourselves a new track builder, which we now have access to. So I wanted to test that out too, just to make sure that that was possible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over to probably this area. Seems like an okay area. It'd probably be over here. To be honest, the next track builder would probably be over here if I was going to do it that way. So we would do a rail construction office. I'm not entirely sure exactly where this would have been located, like, you know, specifically the pixel, but for now we'll just place it, like, I think maybe over here like this and flip it over. I would almost certainly have the gravel storage on the flatter side of this area. So it'll probably be something like this if I had to guess. No, the road would have been facing this way, so it would have been like this. Because I wouldn't want the road to cross those tracks. Just knowing myself, I wouldn't want that to happen. So we'll have this road come over the way over here for now. I don't know how this would have been connected over time. This was like a long-term plan anyway, so... Oh, you'll just go up the mountain. That's cool. I like that. Take a drive on that dirt road. Seems awesome. If anything gets destroyed, we'll just rebuild it. No big deal. Because we can now. So it would have been something like this. I'm not going to spend too much time on this new track builder, but what I wanted to see is whether or not the track builder in realistic mode would have been possible to purchase had we had access to that other place. So I'm just going to do this. It's now built and it's getting connected. We'll do an auto purchase, and we also need to make sure that the rail is built out to this location so that the trains can actually access it. It'd be about like that. Here we go. Get all these trains built so I can get the passenger rail until Opexkey working. Here we go. Okay. So with those rails built and this rail office built, what we could do is we're just going to auto purchase the resources that it requires to build tracks. And then we just need power to this place, which I think for now, just to make sure it works, we're just going to slap one of these bad boys here. And that will provide power to this building. And now that it has power, it needs construction train sets. So what I would do is we would come over, we'd activate realistic mode again. So activating realistic mode means I can no longer build things with rubles. I cannot click these buttons anymore, right? Auto building, auto queuing with rubles and stuff, that's not permitted anymore. So now what I would want to do at this point is I'm wondering if it lets me purchase resources from here. Does it let me purchase vehicles from here? Yes, the track builder. Vehicle does not fit into the nearest connected customs house, okay? The nearest connected. So it's about near connection. Are you kidding me? Okay, so we'd have to have a rail construction office over here, or can I just purchase it directly here? I probably could do this. Track builder, yes. So it does fit here. So we could have 3 of these plus a tunnel boring machine put into this one. This one does work. And then we can then tell this vehicle to change its depot to over here. And then it will do so. Yeah. That's how we'd have to play that. And then the tunnel boring machine would go here too. Okay. So as these trains leave the station, right? They have to leave the station. I think they're not doing so because this is all still one track. I haven't done any signaling here. So just to make sure that this happens a little bit faster, we would do something like this. Right? And then all the way on this side. Again, I'm not really gonna go anywhere over here, but I just again want to see it, make sure it works. There. So that should allow those trains to do what they need to do. And they should be coming out of here much more quickly. So there's our long track builder, right? This is the one that everyone's been wanting me to get that I haven't been able to get because it's so long. And then likewise, we have the tunnel boring machine here. Why are you stopped, bro? Is it because there's still a train in the tunnel? Yeah, he's right here. I would obviously want them to transition eventually to getting on the right side of the tracks. They'll do that here, at this part right here. Yeah, and then this is where they transition and go on the correct part of the track. Okay. So he's on the wrong side. But he'll shift over right here. And then now he's in the train network and everything's fine. Okay, so that's how we're going to get the big trains, okay? Not that we need them anymore, but that's how we would do it. And you know what? Why don't we just tell this thing to auto search anyway because it can. Here, go ahead and auto search jobs, you track building maniac. I must have missed a lot. Where did all the money come from? Yes, Paul. I'm gonna have to probably reiterate this several times throughout the stream because I don't want people to think weird things. This week is the final week that I can actually do things with this series. It's the final week that I can actually stream regularly. And so what I've opted to do, instead of leaving it the way it was unfinished, what I wanted to do was to basically cheat. Cheat. To get all of the stuff that was currently planned, implemented, and working. To see if it would have worked. The things I've already laid out, would that have worked the way it's planned? And so I wanted to get it all done. And so we're going to kind of see things like the airport's going to be realized, and we'll build out Disneygrad to make sure that would have worked out cool. And would we have enough power? Would we have had enough utility services, etc.? Basically, we're warping way into the future to see whether this stuff actually would have done what it needed to do. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, that's all I got to say. That's all I have to say about that. And I think I want to have one more connection. And this is, again, one of those things where we would have done this anyway, but you wouldn't really just... is this a grid? This is grid, so that means this one's the... Yeah, this one right here is the solar, or the wind. So this is grid power right here. So I would want to place... one of these track layer things, or one of these track power connections, just to give it more juice, because we're gonna add a lot more trains in a second. We're gonna say about like this is where you would be, probably about like that. Okay, so with that, we're going to make sure that this is all just super connected. That's connected to the grid, and then my wind connection probably come from this side like this. So now I've got wind power into the grid, into the electrical system, plus grid power here too. This does another connection point, and then all of these wind turbines can start running. Yeah, all of these can start spinning all the time because they're constantly providing power to the electric train tracks. But cool. Why is it the last week? What's next? Okay, so two things. One, it's the last week because I am about to essentially lose my babysitter. This week's the last week for that. So I have to go back to watching my daughter regularly, and that means I can't stream regularly. If you can't stream at a regular schedule, it's really difficult to just justify streaming something. You might as well do videos. And so that's what I'm ultimately going to be doing. There's going to be a lot of videos instead of streams. Second thing is those videos are going to be with the new update, because the new update is almost here. The new update is almost upon us, okay? And because that new update is almost here, all right, seriously, bro, you gotta just go, all right? It's because none of this is, we don't have signals on any of these things yet. We would have gotten it eventually, we just don't have them yet. So it's that's why this is happening. There. So it's a combination of the new update is here, and I can't stream regularly anymore. So, yeah, that's the reason. There you go. Pretty sure these signals should be, well, yeah, this signal probably should be here, and the chain, this should be a chain on the way back like this. Yeah, then you should be a straight signal this way, and you should be a chain signal this way. Yes, that's how that should work. Then all of this is an intersection because on this side, it doesn't have the signals here. So signal there, chain here, chain here. And then over here is a crossing, which we would want to have one way, and chain here. Yeah, that's too short. We would have wanted that to be longer, but it is what it is. And then that's a two-way signal on this side. No, you know, this could be... Yeah, this needs to be a two-way signal for sure. So we'll do a mixed on this, actually. But then as they come through here, we would then want these to be one direction only. So we would say that you only progress... No, this is still fine. Yeah, you're just entering into these areas. So we do something like this. Yeah, that's fine. And then over through here, we would want the same thing to happen here and here with a chain. No chain here. Yeah, no chain here. This probably wouldn't have worked very well. We're going to try it out. That's the reason why I wanted to see all this stuff built and all the stuff realized, is so that we know whether or not it would have worked or not, right? So we got the oil pumping, not from all sources, but we have got the oil pumping. And so I think the reason why there's no sources over here is because of power. So we would place our power arrangements for these buildings and everything would be over here. And we would just want these to be kind of in range of all of these different buildings, all these different pumps and stuff. Just kind of put these over here. Not sure why I'm bothering with what roads are there and hooked up to it, because cheats. It is what it is. We would put, you know, a couple of different... Oops. Yeah, we would want this to be out about here, I think is where I was gonna do it. Probably flip it. Nah, it needs to be this way. Like that, and then the power transformer would be on this side right here. And so you would just be a 4 going in there, a 4 going that way, and then we would have another 4 heading off this direction to power whatever over here. Just to have the wind spread around. But all of these all of these things over here need to be hooked up. That's hooked up for 300,000 rubles. That one's hooked up for another 90 grand. This one gets hooked up like that. And I think that gives power to all of them. It should anyway give power to all of them as soon as they're built. And now we're receiving oil from this source, which is great. We're not gonna have this yet. This has power. So it's just this one that's holding up the whole supply line. So we would just for now, I'm gonna do this. And then I'll just have this be connected here. And that will allow this to be powered. We should see oil flowing through this now. No, so there's somewhere along the source, somewhere along the line we're not providing power again. This one doesn't have power. None of these have power, right? Because I didn't set the power system up for this yet because it wasn't building yet. So yeah, that makes sense. We have these wind turbines, which are all meant to be funneling power into here, but they aren't yet. Because there wasn't a reason to yet, because they weren't built yet. I reiterate, wasn't built yet. So it would go like this. That was probably the wrong one. Yep, that's the wrong one. That you would go around like that. You would connect here. You would connect here. You would come over and connect to that one, and then you would come around and connect to that one. Okay, now that all of these are pumping power into this, we need to send that power over to someplace else, and that someplace else was going to be two places. It was going to be with a high voltage switch placed here. Come on, I know that you work. Well, to be fair, I don't know that you work. I just believe that you work. Because I've had you here before. Because I've done this already. Okay, well, apparently I'm wrong. I must have had something different in the test save. Must have had these things different. Oh, maybe I went this way. It don't matter. As long as it's hooking up. I honestly don't remember where this is going. It was certainly routed somewhere. Is it this? Oh! Oh, dummy. I connected it to this before, and I don't want to do that. Okay, never mind. We'll just go underground. Fine. Nothing to see here. Carry on. Okay, and then we have a power transformer that would be over in this area. I think it was, I think I actually put it here before, but it doesn't really matter where it goes, I guess. So place it here. And then substations need to be placed throughout this to help with providing wind power to these people as the city expands, but also providing supplemental wind power to all of these two people over here, all of these structures, all these buildings, etc. So we go 1. Two. All right, F4. You and me are gonna fight. Whatever, it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like so. You have to go underneath everything. All right. I believe that gives the basics for power in this area. We already have these turbines hooked up to this system, but this system wasn't built. So we needed to have this system built as well. And this was going to provide power to the pump jacks and stuff that are over. So now that this has power, we can provide power to all these pump jacks. And so these pump jacks would... I think I already had it laid in, actually. We were going to go like this, I believe. With the big ones in a straight line to help with compatibility with farms later. And that was going to provide power to the pump jacks. So they should start pumping. There they go. And now it's just a matter of making sure that all of the different... like this thing doesn't have a connection, so it doesn't really matter if this is hooked up to power, but these pumps all have to have power. At least this one does, so that's fine. If this one does, then that's good. Source is not sending resource. Well, that's because this isn't... No, it's done. This doesn't have a power supply. Destination is full or does not require resources. All right. So yeah, it needs something else over along the side to pull it. So no power here. No power here. And then we need grid power here too. Good morning, John. How are you? There's also a train set that it let you buy twice, but not a third time. Can we buy that now, or do we need to build our own? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I think if I could track it down, I think what happened there is I goofed, and I won't have a testing save. I won't have a testing save for the video series, so this won't happen there. The only thing I'll test is in a completely separate sandbox with a flat land, so I could like test builds and make sure that they work in like an unlimited money environment, but it won't be on the same map. So I won't have this happen next time. But I think what happened there, if I'm being honest, is probably what happened is at some point I had my testing save and we played it. One of the streams we ended up playing it, and when we played that, it had the passenger trains that I purchased to make sure that that route would work. It had the passenger trains already purchased, and that's why it was sitting in the depot already. That's the only thing I can think of. So, I mean, I guess. Oh, Charlie cheated, I guess. That might have been a thing. Dry run. I won't have the testing environment for the video series later, just to prevent that from happening. So, in any case, we absolutely can buy those trains. So, I would have... let's do train set. You know, we want to move a lot of people. So, I'm going to move, I think... Wow, look at these. These things are crazy. Let's buy 3 of them. right? And now they're already in here, right? That's the reason. So I think what I would want to do with this set is we would take it, it would go to this station and drop people off at this station. Where is it? Right here. All right, that's this route. Yep. And then you would start that route. First off, it's unreachable. Is unreachable from vehicle current position. Okay, let's assess that and figure out why. The moment it's because this tiny little piece of track right here is not built. So, there you go. Now it is. So try this again. Now it will go. So this is our new train set. Much different than the last one. It just has a really, really high capacity, but that's what I was hoping to do. So what we'll do now is we need to make sure that this station is currently accepting workers and that this city has a ton of workers in it. So we're just going to purchase immigrants in a lot of these buildings as it would have normally been before. And then these guys will choose to work, you know, wherever it is that they want to work. But yeah, I'll have more people over here, say. And what we'll probably find now is that we have a lot of people that are going to end up waiting for a train. And then that train, they only wait on the platform for a maximum of 1 hour. That's interesting. So what I would probably want to do instead, not instead, but in addition to, I would want to go in and make sure that this route is very, very long. And so to do that, it's on its way. So to do that, I want to copy the schedule from this train. Let's just copy the whole route, I think. And we'll copy this to these two. Oh, you're not going to let me do that, are you? Okay, hang on. How about this? No? Really? Okay, that needs to be a feature. So I can't copy a route to a train that's out from the train that's out and to a train that's in the that sucks. All right, whatever. So the train has to be out in order for me to copy the route to it. Silly. It's the exact same train. Yeah, like this, and then bring it to this station right here. This gets them moving to this. Then the next station to get to is over here, right? And then that will hopefully get them to be able to walk to all sorts of places. And in fact, I think I actually want to say, let's actually try this right now. Let's just try it right now. We'll have you go to this station instead. Okay. And then before I send you on your way, I seriously can't copy these routes. Really? Why not? That's so weird. I can do this with any vehicle I want except trains. Even if they're the exact same train. That sucks. Well, we'll do this. I have to do it over again. So again, one more time, we take it from this station and we make you come over to that stop right there. Okay. And so now it's just a waiting game to see whether or not enough people work at these stations for it to matter. So there's 92 people here, but again, they don't wait forever, right? They're only gonna wait a maximum of an hour, so I need trains constantly moving in here. But I also just can have a constant flow of workers too. Like, so if people leave, big deal, other people replace them. Right? Everyone's replaceable. There. All right. This gives me a ton of workers and a ton of people that can reach. Everyone can reach the train station. Okay. Numbers of waiters and chefs. Very good. We're just going to, real quick, we're just going to do this just to make sure that works. And then the metro station has people waiting. We're going to turn that off for now. It's not done yet, but I would like to test the metro eventually. All right, train comes in, grabs 137 people, and travels away. That's fine. It's traveling on the wrong side of the track. It's a little concerning. So I would have seen this before and made changes, but those changes would have been too far back. So in this situation, that wouldn't have been a very good thing. You do transition at this point, but you will get hung up. For what reason? Because this crossing exists. That's the reason. So because it's a wood crossing for the track builders. So we just removed this crossing, and that would have fixed the problem. And then once it's off the track and out of the way, then this one would go. But that transition does need to be sooner. It needs to be somewhere else. So we'll take a look at that too. So where can this be? It's a very long train. Probably should have had a shorter one coming through here, but it looks like it can handle right here. For real? Oh my gosh. It's just too long of a train for it to turn around there. Too sharp of a turn, my ass. It's probably like... Yeah, it's just... too long. So I would have to do a different train for this area. That's just too long. Or, here's what we could do. Maybe, instead, we do it like this. This would fix it, I think. I don't know. It may not because of the distance, the length of it. I'd have to shorten this track. I'd have to shorten this segment. Or cause the switch to be here. But if I cause the switch to be here, then this needs to be changed to a different... Like, basically the next passenger train would have to be waiting right here, which would disrupt all the flow. So this wouldn't have been a very good set. Only because the train is too long. I would need a shorter train for this, and then everything would have been fine. Because I could have done this. I'm fairly confident that that train is not going to be able to move, but we'll see. Yeah, it spawns... It spawns... Yeah, trains get messed up if you mess with their track while they're sitting here. We'll do something like this instead. I think maybe what might help... Here's something we could do. We could do something like this. We could say that you transition... Come on. You gotta be kidding me right now. You don't need that. Quit it. You could say something like this happens. And at that point... No, we really can't, can we? No, that would create more conflicts too. So this part here would have been a bad idea. The bridge just simply needs to cross the road, or it needs to come down sooner. I need to provide more space for this train, or just have the different trains. So what I could maybe do instead is something like this. I can take your route. Oh, you can't get to this destination. That's the problem right now. Hang on. Is this not electrified or what? There is no power to this. Oh, this isn't done. Yeah, right here. This isn't done. Now you can get there. That little segment of track wasn't built. I was very confused for a second as to why that wouldn't work. Okay, everything should be connected now. Although there's not very many signals, but everything should be connected now. That train will get out of here now. So what I could do instead, right, is I take these little smaller track build, these smaller trains, right? And what I could do instead is make this their route and just swap the long trains to be the other route. Right? That'd be one way to do it. Something like this. Now this train will go to the other station instead. Yeah. And then I would want to copy that route to the other train. So now this train should be passing by this. Nope. What did it do? Oh, it needs to go here. Caringlad. And now you're... Okay, I messed you up. I messed you up big time. Let's have you go here first. Trains can't just turn around, okay? They gotta have structure. They gotta have order, all right? Everything needs to be in its place. Get these houses built, parking lots and stuff. Get all this stuff built. It's fine. Invite people here to live here. They can work to wherever they're going to work. It's fine. All right, this train is now going to Caringlad, so we'll get rid of that stop, and you are going to Caringlad. Okay. So that means this train is now going to go do this other route instead. So you're going to pick people up here instead. And then instead of the Caringlad platform, what you'll do is drop people off there. We're basically making the long trains do this route instead. You already have 103 workers, so I'm just going to have you go to steel right now. There. Okay. So now with the smaller trains coming in here, we should be able to do this. And have that work out just fine. Yeah. Like that. I switched up the signals on it, but it should still work. So it'll choose whatever side it wants to go to now, and then the other side is available if another train wants to come in. Another train is available to be in there. Just as long as it's the shorter trains and not the longer trains, I think this can still function. we're going to have unemployment issues and all that because I didn't set up the industries for them to work yet and the supply chains for all of them to work at yet, etc. So, yeah. Couchbot just only now sends out the ping. That's pretty slow. I think you bought the train and had to move it to the depot by trailer, no? No, not the passenger trains. I can't do that. They're too big to do that. The first track builder, that's how you have to do that. That's how you do the first track builder. All right, this building has no drinking water. So the drinking water issue was going to be solved by bringing passengers into here. So what I want to do now is this last train, what this train's going to do... Oh, damn it. I didn't know those two windows are like linked together. Move that. What this train is going to do is it's going to come over to... Like, it could be really anywhere. It can come from Karen. Oh, no, it's going to come from Opexki. Sorry. It's going to go to Opexki right here. And it takes the train track. Ooh. So now I'm noticing. Okay, so that's another issue. This train track, which again, I feel like I would have figured that out before I built it, but this train track actually does not... It can do it if I connect this, but it's kind of a really weird route. It's still going to work, but it's not very smooth. But it would still technically work. I just have to make an amendment to the... Yeah, I have to make an amendment to the track. That's it. So I would have to go like this. And then, you know, put the signals in where they're supposed to go and all that. Yeah, like that. And then I have to do signaling pretty much everywhere if you want this to really flow, so. Yep. I don't believe this will be an issue anymore, or this is needed anymore, so we can get rid of these. And then we just got the wooden tracks that are right here. This is for the track builders. Now there's a lot of space between intersections. So what we'd have for this train is you go to here, and then you drop them off here. And that train will now go to Opexki. So now people can wait at the train station in Opexki, and it's a little bit of a backwards route because this train is going to basically stop here, pick people up, and then it's going to have to go like this now. It's going to have to go around, pass by this tunnel, because there's no way to get there, and then it'll have to come around this way, and then transition here, and then it can go in the tunnel. And then it comes all the way around to the tunnel over here. And then it's here, and then it drops people off. And then it turns around and goes back the other way. Easy. Make sure that this place has auto purchase too. Again, I would have had logistics set up for supplying these guys with the proper things that they needed before the population got to that point. But because we're accelerating time, because you know we went ahead and got a ton of population that we wouldn't have had, I need to make sure that they have the supply. So, yeah. Get a whole bunch of cars for a secret police. And they don't have drinking water, which is really funny since the place is right here. Yeah. That is quite interesting, actually. Almost did it again. Now, what do you guys think of this? Is it an okay idea to turn off realistic mode for the final 2 streams? Is that an okay idea? Because I'm, you know, I love your feedback, basically. Okay, that should give us... That should give us water here. Good. And then, you know, more water for the expansion of the city and stuff, too. Hi, Gabriel. I'm going to have to, like I said, I have to repeat this over and over again today. This is the final week. This is the final week for this stream. And so I wanted to see whether or not everything I had planned is going to work. And so I turned off realistic mode and cheated myself a bunch of money so that we could finalize things and sort of see how they flow, see how things work. So this train can't get where it needs to go because it's got the wrong route, right? This train needed to go somewhere different. So what we need to do for this train is you need to be going to, let's have you go here instead. You're gonna go there, and here. And it looks to me like this turnaround, yeah, this turnaround is also not built for this long of a train. Yeah, it's just a little too long. So, okay, we would just fix this stuff. So basically I'm running into like little tiny logistical problems that are only really there because they're sort of spawned from, you know, being decades ahead of where I would have been, I feel like. So like we kind of spawned a whole bunch of population and we're trying to make sure that the different things and stuff would have worked in hypothetical situations, basically. And so this train track now needs to be altered because we've changed the train to be a longer one. And then there, that should fix it. Yeah. That'll help the long trains do what they need to do. So now we've got one big train that's going to pick people up, take them to the clothing area. One people is going to take them to the steel. And then the little trains are coming over to Carenglad now. And this one just needs to get the hell out of here. It doesn't need to be here. This is the problem. Like, this train needs to get out of here. So what I might do is I'm going to send it to depot because I can do that without realistic mode. I can just do that, I think, and it will just teleport there. Doesn't it just teleport there? Okay, the other thing we can do, again, because it's realistic mode. Ta-da! It's gone. Or because it's not realistic mode, and then I can just buy it again. Passenger train sets. There. So again, you are going to... I think I might do actually two from a Pekski, because there's a lot of workers that need to be going through here. So I'm going to do this route again. Like that, and then over to there. And ideally, one of these trains would then change to be going into here, but this will be the first place this one goes. So how would this have worked? The train picks up 420 workers, And then it needs to get out. So it's going to transition. It should anyway, transition. But I don't think I have the signaling set up here yet because, again, it wasn't built yet. Wasn't supposed to be built yet. So, yeah. So chain, we don't even need a chain. It's just a single bit here and then here. And then it comes all the way down. And then we get the chain there. And a clear there. And then we see this one goes that way. This one goes this way. This one is like that. And then this one is like that. And then on this side, we go chain here and clear there. And then, well, yeah, basically, that's how that goes. It'd be 2 clear signals like that, which is not great, but yeah, it's about like that is how it would be. So are you gonna move now or not? No, you're still confused. Okay, let's see. How are you confused? You're going over this rail. You have to make sure that you're not interfering with this side. So we clear here. We have this chain be there and this signal be there. And you clear on that side there. And chain on this side there. And then all the way up. I think maybe that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. No. I was thinking that maybe this track wasn't, maybe the track wasn't electrified, but that's not it. It shouldn't have a problem right now. Oh, for Christ's sake. Kidding me right now? Okay, you can go now. It's fine. I fixed it. Please proceed to highlighted route. No? What is your problem now? Alright, I'm getting sick of these tiny little snakes on these tiny little train. Thank you. Now that all the workers have been sitting there in the train for over an hour and a half trying to figure out why the conductor won't move. This is 420 workers heading this direction. We're going to have lots of stuff being done. Now, the bitumen is going to get exported as well, and that goes to this tank. So we want to make sure that bitumen goes to this tank, while the rest of these tanks are going to be set up so that they'll have fuel imported into them. I think it was just these 4. I hadn't bothered to lay in this stuff yet, but I will do that by going like this now. And then this one will end up being fuel, and that will signify, or that will make sure that these all go the right direction. Wait. Well, okay, technically this still works, but it's not complete. I'll have to modify it. But technically it still works. I just needed to be bringing it into another tank over here instead. So it'd actually be closer to... something like this. Nah, it's fine. I just do it like this way. Like, it's all gonna work. It's just a matter of adding 1 extra tank. So it doesn't really matter where the tank is, what orientation it's in, or anything like that. It just matters that it's there. Okay. And now this pipe just goes in there instead. That's all she wrote. That's all it needs. Except for power, which it has because of this. Yeah. Good. So let's see if this works. The train is losing all of its workers just before arriving at the station. It's like 400 people timed out on that train before it reached the station. Oh, that's crap. That's total crap. Fine, whatever. At least we know the long trains work there, though. And then this one's already on its way to go get more, as this one is pulling out of the tunnel. But there's kind of a... We've kind of spread it out, too, which is nice. Yeah. That works okay. Lots of people at the bus stops waiting. Lots of people at the train platform waiting, too, so people can pile into there. I wish there was a way to limit how many people would go to this bus platform. I guess I could probably just do this. Let people go wherever they want. At this point, there's so many people in here, there's really no reason to dictate this anymore. Like once you have enough population, you don't have to dictate this anymore. Some would argue that I shouldn't have done it anyway, but I think that's just very tunnel visioned. To think that there's only one way to play the game. Mostly responding to a specific commenter there. I won't get into it, but yeah, not a big deal. They either like it or they don't, you know? I'm sure it's an okay idea. It will allow you to get caught up on your ideas. I think so. The only problem with this, I think, is like it removes the challenge of it. Obviously, like everything is just built now, and it feels like the challenge has been removed, and it also feels like a rat race at this point to try and get as many people in here as possible. Now, one thing I did want to make sure we could do here, and it doesn't look like I'm doing it very well anyway, is I wanted to make sure we get people working in the water plant. Needed people to work here as well. There's one person here, but it's without drinking water. Okay, so I didn't connect this up yet because it wasn't built yet. So the export, this is a surface outflow, right? It's pulling in, and water quality 76%. So what we need from this is a pump. Almost certainly we need a pump, and we'll say that we're going to use a big pumping station. That big pumping station will be located here, I guess. Now, the big pumping station, I don't believe needs any workers or anything, so it just needs power. It's in range of power there, so we'll do it. And then we'll have the big pipe go into that side, and then we're probably going to need another surface. Never figure out where it is. The icons are not that obvious to me. I wish maybe they should be more obvious, but they never are. We need another one right here. We'll get one more here just to bring in enough water. And then we'll do the same thing, except this time, big pipe will pump into the same, going to go into the same pump. Okay, so this pump is going to then take that big water and bring it all the way over to there. Okay. With that being done, that's getting sucked in. Yep, so all this water quality is here, so it just needs the pump. Target storage is full, and boom. So now we just need chemicals here. So assuming we got the logistics to set up chemicals. Well, chemicals will be getting produced here. So in order for all of this to set up, which we're way ahead of time, I never would have, like, you know, obviously I wouldn't have built all these and not had a way to get oil into here and crops and all that stuff. So assuming we are working everything, and it's a big assumption, so let's also have new fields. We're just going to real quick remove the fields from this list and reassign them in a different order. We will assign the fields with medium, 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 and then on this side 1, 2, 3, 4. From that, we started here, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then Bum, 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 bum. 10, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, that's the wrong order. Hang on. Start this again. To be more optimal with spacing. Because again, they will work these in the order you click them. I don't know why people are telling me they won't. They absolutely do it. I can physically watch each and every one of these tractors leave and go to the exact order of the fields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's 16 of these. There's more than I should have had. I should have had 15 of these, so whoops. Whatever. And then bum 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 bum, and then the outside ones from there. So then it goes 1, 2 like that. Yep. Okay. So that's how the farm will now crop. We'll have all these crops be done, and then I can see how they all work, and that'll be great. Probably want to have this road upgraded to asphalt, although I didn't need the one going to the farm done that way, but it is what it is. We would have logistics set up for fuel to be delivered to that station by simply going like this. And make sure that's on. Yes. All these gas stations need to be connected. And then distribution, gas station. There's one left. We need it to be forklifts. So we're going to remove the gas from... I mean, a proper distribution office would have been better anyway, but it's fine. For now, I'll just take that last distribution office out, and then I can do both. Oh, this is already on there? It needs a road connection, right? Road connection. Yeah. So the little things aren't done all the way. Yeah, like that. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't need to be perfect, or it doesn't even need to be asphalt, but I'm gonna pay for it anyway. All right, so all of the fuel logistics and stuff for this is now done. And then what we would be able to do is buy all the vehicles. So we'd need the covered hulls. This one. And in this one. Oh, I had a different solution for fuel anyway, so I didn't even need to do that. Because this distribution office was going to be my fuel one. Right? One of these was going to be a fuel one anyway. That was the whole point. And it was going to have, I think it was these ones with the yellow. And then they were going to be responsible for grabbing fuel from this area. They would load fuel from this area and bring it to everywhere it needed to be. Which, in hindsight, I don't think I like that much. Yeah, I don't like that as much. I think it should have been a distribution office that was closer to... No, wait, well, I don't know. I mean, I could have done it any other way. Again, I'm trying to like think too fast now because everything is already built there instead of taking my time and thinking about it, but it's fine. And then to get people working here, if I wanted, I could have them, instead of waiting here at the train platform, I could have them come down here, which they're already doing. So that's a thing people do automatically, isn't it? They could just wait here, and then the boat can take them over here to this one. Let's assume we get fuel. You know, fuel would be set up there anyway. How much money did you add to your coffers when you turn off realistic mode? I think I've added a total of about 200 million right now. Probably a little more than that. I think I've added maybe closer to 250 million at the moment. I just have 133 left. And then for the airport, I suppose we should probably build this, shouldn't we? That's pretty satisfying. Not done yet. It's pretty satisfying watching all that build. I like this layout. This is cool. Wall goes all the way down to the water. Big wall to protect it. Entrances like this. The 2 runways. Right here. 2 big runways. Is it done yet or what? Like there's... How come the dashed lines don't go all the way to the end here? Also, this is still building, by the way. It's not... The tunnel's not done yet. The rail tunnel's not done yet. Ah, there it is. Now it's done. The loyalty seems low. I don't care. Move to the New Republic, okay? Then maybe I'll care more. So what we'll want here, for the sake of power distribution, because there's a lot of stuff here that doesn't have power, right? Everything doesn't have power here, but that's okay. And we'd obviously want like anybody to be able to use it, but it's a pretty nice little layout here. I like this. Of course, you wouldn't want a whole lot of trees nearby, but you could still have a few. Like you just, you know, a few that are like maybe over in the middle area over here kind of thing, you know, just have like, they're not right next to where the planes are coming in, right? They're a little bit like off to the side, that kind of thing. You know, you don't want to, you don't need to destroy everything. Then over into here could totally be with trees. At least to a certain degree here, to a certain extent here. All right, you can still have trees over in this area. Helicopters are over here, so that's no big deal. Line this stuff up with trees. You wouldn't want them over here because there's, you know, their wings and everything, but I guess we could probably put them along the wall. There. Connect that. And yeah, so there's the airport and how it would have worked. And we'll totally have planes flying and stuff, but probably we'll experiment with that on Friday because I've got a lot of stuff to do today. But I'll probably experiment with that on Friday. So the airport's built, but it's not really powered, and it definitely needs... You know, it definitely had more things that I needed to put in there before it was ready to go. I just, you know, felt like hitting the button and watching it build itself. Very satisfying. Okay, so we need to deliver chemicals here. And of course, that means I need to deliver all these things here too. So one thing I'm going to do on just one of these buildings, I'm going to do an auto purchase of crops, gravel, wood, and water, I suppose, until it's fully set up. The oil, though, is right here. And so I wanted to test that out and make sure that would have worked. So what we'll do is we're going to route the oil. And so right around, I think it was this one. we were going to pull from this supply. Or it was this one. Yeah. We were going to allow this to always be dedicated to fuel. But I wanted to be able to pull from one of these tanks and have a new supply of oil that my chemicals could be using all the time. And so that's going to be here, which requires a pump between these. And just to keep it nice and clean for everything, I'll go ahead and make that an underground one. And then off of this tank here, we pull oil. And then we effectively are going to use both of these outs to distribute the oil around to these places. So there would be another row, 2 rows of chemicals. Another 2 rows was going to go here after I flatten this out just a little bit more. And so this one would be feeding those, and then this one would be feeding these. And how we feed them is with underground pumping stations that are right next to... Well, I was going to put them right next to the row, but it doesn't look like I left enough room for that. So alternatively, I could just put them up the side here. But I can also, looks like I can fit them in here. And that doesn't seem like too bad of an idea, because I think the roads actually can work there. So what we do is something like this. Actually curious if I should have done this differently now. Now that I look at it, I think maybe I should have done this a little bit differently in its design by having these tanks directly feed, right? They're supposed to directly feed, I think. So maybe instead we would have went something like this. Oh, look, it costs money, but it flattens really, really fast. Wow. Boy, do I miss being able to do that whenever I wanted. It's such a luxury to be able to just have this flattened for you. You don't have to like move anything in position or drag your mouse. Really? That sounds like a dream. We don't need these two to be connected because they'll be connected with the pumps anyway. So they'll be... The underground pumping station will connect them. So it would be something like here and probably over here. And then it would go this way and then this way and then this way and then this way. Well, that's silly. Let's go more like this, please. And then this way. And then this way and this way. And then this would send the oil from there to here. Okay. So this is like a trial run of how the oil delivery system would work. And if this thing begins to get oil, then I'll know it's functional. Provided this has power, which does look like it does. We don't have the road connections and stuff done, but kind of whatever. Yeah, some of these don't have roads, but it's fine. They do now. Road connects there, road connects there. They all have roads, so now it's just a matter of can we receive oil? Source is not sending, so it's this one not sending it forward, most likely because it's sending it here instead. Yep. So this is the trial, right? This is the test. Will we be able to pull right from this tank when this one's empty? Answer no. It's going to take it from here and try to fill this up first. So we just need to now, because we're processing this now, right? We're actually making fuel now. So bitumen's going into here, and fuel should be ending up over here. So now the fuel trucks, when they want to go and get fuel, they would... Vehicle unloading, right here. They would come over and get this from this side. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, that's a one-way. So, this is where trucks will pick up fuel now. So if I wanted to now provide fuel to all these different sources, I could then go over to this here, and instead of going to the customs house to get fuel, instead of doing that, these trucks now go here to get it. Okay? Likewise, these trucks over here, which is probably not a good position for them anymore because it's far away from the source. But they don't need to go to the customs house to get it anymore. Instead, they would just go here. Okay? And then now we need to deliver it over to this area. That's the final bit of this to make sure that this works, is will this oil area actually provide fuel to the entire Republic from where it is? And to get that to finalize that, to figure out where that's going to be, the last thing we need is a rail loading and unloading area. Now, this is already fairly crowded with passenger trains, and also it's going to be crowded with trains that are heading to the harbor, which is what I was going to do here with vehicles and stuff, and with ships and everything. So what I was thinking of doing is having my load and unload actually being on this side of the rail. I hadn't decided that yet. And if I was going to do that with the trains being able to get fuel from here, then what I would have done is I would have also made this on that side of the river as well. And then it would have been much easier to access all of it instead of having to go under the tunnel. Yeah. So because there's a lot of passenger trains and stuff coming through here, it may not be the best idea to utilize this for that purpose. However, I am noticing that most of the passenger trains, in fact, all of the passenger trains that are coming into this area, are using this track, this left side track. They're choosing to use the left side track, which is good for me because I could actually reasonably place a fueling, loading, and unloading station right here and have the train stop here to get it. That would just, of course, get in the way of these underside ones. So as a way of amending the plan, because I didn't have it fully thought through yet. I didn't have the rails and stuff built yet, so I was just laying it in. I think what I would end up doing is, if I can find it right there, I would place this right up against this. And then from there, I would come off of this side only. Nope. Sorry, this side only. We'd make a bridge. Like that. This would have power running without issue. Everything is good. And then we would take the fuel from this side, which is really far away now, admittedly. And this is probably not the best idea. But we would take the fuel from, anywhere really. It could be here. It could be wherever. And it would go here. So I think these pipes are probably too long. If I had to do this over again, I would most likely have my passengers be the one that's doing this and have the oil be here instead. That might have been a smoother workflow. So something to think about in the future is how I'm spacing out where this is, because I have a tendency, I do this all the time, and I acknowledge it, and I acknowledge it as probably a flaw even. I build too close together. I build things too compact. I like them compact because it means I can use the space for other things. But then I end up, you know, not necessarily using the space necessarily. Too many necessarities. I end up not using the space completely. And, which I think I did a pretty good job of using my space here. I mean, this is very dense, very compact. There's not a whole lot of room to build anything else in this area. It's very, very compact. And I really do like that. And I've also done so with the compactness. Also managed to do so without causing any major traffic issues. There's no traffic issues. There's no train jams. None of that. Granted, I don't have nearly as many trains, which I could get now with my DR class 243. Oh, look, we have more trains now. And then I could also probably get cargo wagons. I can get maybe a couple more boxcars. And let's do... I don't think we need hopper cars. Let's do more tankers. And I think we'll go with the short ones. So these are both 12 meters, and I like that. By going with the longer ones at 21, it means I can have less of them, and they may take up too much room in the train yard, so that I can have less other things. So for distribution trains, I think it actually is a really good idea to have shorter cars, because they take up less space in here, and you can be more flexible. Your trains that leave the station can be way more flexible in where they go and how they're getting there, what they're taking with them. See, now I can't add anymore. So I filled the train yard, right? And there's these little gaps and stuff where things are. So like, I don't exactly know what the gaps are specifically, but I can't fit any more in here. But there's a lot of oil tankers, and that's a good thing. We wanted a lot of oil tankers because we are going to have this go over to here eventually, and it will grab oil from this location eventually. You can't do it yet, so we're going to have to fix that. So the underground pipe from here, it looks like it's going to have to be dropped down lower, and it's going to run all the way this way. Now my question is, I guess I have to go really low because I have to get underneath. Will I be able to reach? Yeah, I can. Okay, so here's how we'll play this. We'll have a pumping station put in. I think maybe I'm on the back side like this. I need to stay out of the way of that though. This needs to move. You are no longer needed even, so goodbye. Goodbye. You are only temporary. How does it feel? You are completely temporary, and your entire nature is temporary. I think I kind of want to go above ground for some of this. If I was to go below ground to here, I think that's a good idea. And then we go above ground from that point over this road. That's how I can prevent getting in the way of the underground pipe that I'm about to build off of bitumen. So we'll have a pumping station located maybe here. Does it fit here though? That is the question. Yes. Cool. That gives me that. Bitumen, I was hoping to connect directly without needing a pump, but that's not going to happen, so we do need a pump for that too. Will this... There's always going to be infrastructure in the way. There's a frickin' water pipe right there, so this did need to be above ground. So what we'll do is we'll have this go up over top of all of this. It's going to run this as a big long pipe. And it won't reach where it needs to reach, I don't think. eventually it does have to go underground, so I think we'll probably put an underground pumping station right here. It's a good spot for it. And then we need to duck underground at some point, so it'll be right here. Like that, and then you feed into there. Perfect. That provides the train with access to fuel, and we should see fuel right. That's the thing that I was told, that's how distribution works. Right? You said you can't unload. No, you said you can't unload off a pump, but you can load off a pump. Right? How does distribution work again? I thought that's what you said before. We'll find out here. Does this read? It does. It reads as having fuel accessible, so that's good. But it says it only has 3.2 tons of fuel accessible. Is not so good. So it looks like I'm going to have to do this a little bit differently anyway. How big is this? I might need a separate tank for trains. I can put it here. Messy as it is, I could put it here. Getting quite messy. Would definitely seek to do it a little bit differently later. Let's assume I put this here instead. And just to be clear, these are things we would have discovered well before the entire infrastructure was built. We would have been looking at each of these elements one at a time as they were building. Like for example, I only had 4 tanks or something built here. I would be testing that, and everything would be testing off of that before these were built. Likewise with the fuel, only 1 tank would be built, and we would be testing it off of that. The passenger stations, I wouldn't have built any of this part yet. None of this part would have been built yet. None of this would have been built at all until fuel was hooked up, and then chemicals. Chemicals was going to be after fuel, so I wouldn't have done any of this until I knew fuel was working. So like this is the thing where like when you're playing in realistic mode, it's so much different than when you have just like a ton of money that you can just spend, because you end up tearing a lot of things down. And in the next series, which is starting hopefully next week, the next series, every time I build something, it has to be very intentional. Because tearing it down now requires resources and garbage collection, and you have to be able to process the waste from the demolition. So you don't just get to tear it down and have it gone and rebuild. It doesn't work that way, right? That's the part that's going to be crazy. Love the airport metro. Dude, that airport metro is... I'm going to do that for the next series. Like, I was questioning whether I wanted to go above ground or not. I was like, I don't know about going above ground for this. It seems... No, dude, now I'm sure. I'm super sure about going above ground now. It's definitely a great thing. Like, this looks awesome. I can't wait to see it run. We're going to see this run tomorrow. But yeah, so anything I built, if I was like, oh, I need to move this over a little bit, I'd have to hit demolish, right? When I hit this button, it would then start the process of marking it for demolition. And then my trucks, special offices, etc. You have a deconstruction office that has to come out to that area and break it down and haul the resources over to recycling centers and waste processing centers. And only when it is completely clear can you then build something there. It's gonna be ridiculously just... It's gonna take 5 times longer to do everything in this game. It's wild. It's just gonna be wild. That's the next season. And I don't know about making this a live thing. Like, even if I had the ability to do this as live streams consistently, I don't know about that. We're talking, like, I would be doing this 2 days a week for the entire year, which sounds like a really cool thing. To be honest, I would love that. I would love it a lot. But schedule, right? Schedule. I mean, if I can find a babysitter in the next, 14 days, I'm reaching out. If I can find a good babysitter in the next 14 days, then maybe, but we'll see. I think overall, as far as viewership and stuff goes, I think the series ultimately will do better if let's put another distribution office over here. Actually, I think it will do better as a video series. It's just for people being able to watch it and see it and stuff. I kind of feel like putting fuel right here. Like putting fuel storage right here. Having the train stop in and drop it off. Like right in this area here. I don't know, like having these guys having to go all the way over there or all the way over there. I kind of want the fuel to be delivered to this area. There's a lot of vehicles moving through here, so having fuel distribution, yeah, I think that's a good idea. We should put like a fuel station, like something like right here. There's a turnaround point right... Where's the turnaround? Right here. So if I put the turnaround... If I put this like right here... And then do like fuel loading and unloading station at this exact point too. Something like this. Oh, aren't you a tool? Thank you. I do something like this. I think that'll be great. And then trains can drop it off here. So from there, they would come down. What's that workflow? How would they deliver the fuel here? They would come down and... It'd have to be a one-way track. We would do a one-way track kind of situation. I think it's too crowded. I don't want them doing it here. I want them doing it here. It's too crowded over there. So I think we'll go like this. We'll have the train unloading and loading, kind of like right here. Can I put a track right through that? Sweet. It's a one-way track, right? So then I was hoping to do is to share this intersection with it. Yeah, kind of like this. But getting that connected is kind of a pain in the ass, isn't it? You have to get down there sooner. Or, hear me out, because I know it's shocking and, like, it's such a difficult thing. We just redo the road. It's not a very important road anyway. There. I think that's connected. I didn't feel very confident in that, though. That's better. And then the gravel road just goes, you know. I know, shocking. It's possible to adjust the road. See, so now we have fuel unloading and loading station here, which I can put a tank right like this next to it here off in the distance to give me room for the road. And then this road can just connect like that. So with this done, we then send this fuel over to this tank, right? You send this fuel to this tank. So then we would go like this. You need a pump anyway between these because you can't go from tank to tank. So a pump was always going to be happening. And so we'll just do that here. Little pumping station right here. Come on now. Play nice. There. Now trains can unload fuel, and this distribution office, forklift garage, my bad. This this distribution office here, which is totally gonna have another one of these because it should. It can keep all these things fueled, and it can do so, and these things too. Everything can stay fueled, and probably what I probably should do is just delete this. I probably don't even need these anymore because this temporary one was always like it's not doing anything other than the gas stations, distribution offices, police station, hospital, fire station, etc. Like all that stuff's happening, but it's probably better to have this deal with it than to have this deal with it. So I can move these vehicles somewhere else. They can go here actually. Yeah. So these vehicles, I'm going to have you change to there as your workplace. We want plowing to happen, so we would want snow plows. Give me speed of plowing. Plowing speed. 50. The ridiculously expensive one. So pricey. Have you focus on one-way roads and asphalt roads and maybe a few with lamps. That's fine. Yeah, no big deal. You don't need a sewage source, but I'll give it to you anyway. And you don't need a water source, but again, I'll give it to you anyway. And then for fuel, we'll hook you up to the regular fuel network. Everything is going to be hooked up anyway. So you are going to get your fuel from here. That's where you'll load your fuel. And then you are going to manage 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's actually 11, isn't it? Because the initial connection... Oh, it's right there. Duh. The initial connection for getting the fuel is a connection as well. So you'll just manage this whole area like that, basically, which is cool. And then I also want you to hit this, this, and this to provide fuel there, and also technical services. Cool. That's what you'll be doing fuel for. This office will manage that. So the final step then, right, as simple as it kind of sounds, maybe, is to take distribution and all that it has and make sure that it is coming over to this oil loading and unloading station to gather bitumen and fuel. And it is going to take it around wherever it needs to go, but bitumen and fuel. The bitumen, I think, I'm not fully... Why does it say the heating plant has no power? You have grid power right here. I think. You are grid power, yes. Or are you just not connected to anything now? Okay, you're not connected to anything now. Oh, I disconnected it when I rebuilt this. That's why. Now it has power. Okay, well that could have been leading to... That could have led to catastrophic things. Do you have more fun playing this game or City Skylines? This game for sure, 100%. City Skylines feels... to me, I feel like it lacks the personal connect. It feels... This sounds really weird to hear this, probably. It lacks the personal connection that I require with my city. Like, I want to feel something from building the city, and City Skylines doesn't get me there like this game does. It's an outstanding city builder. Don't get me wrong, it's an outstanding city game, but it doesn't get me there like this one does. I think that's the best way to word it. This one gets me there, right? Gets me places. Okay, so we should see workers being dropped off here, but they have nowhere to go because they can't get to these buildings yet because this stuff wasn't completed. So the bridge never got done because I wasn't ready to. So let's have that done now. And once the bridge is done, I believe this tunnel was already completed before, right? Okay, this part was done. This part wasn't built yet. But this part gets them to this. Oh, and then this part wasn't built yet either. They probably couldn't build this because they couldn't reach it. So I just needed a bunch of like temporary walking paths and shit. So, but we'll build it so that they can actually reach it now. Let's see if this tunnel plan would have worked. I think it would have, but I don't know that it would have, right? So let's see. So with that tunnel built, you can now walk to electronics. Yes. You can walk over there. You can't walk to this. Right. So what would it have taken to get you to be able to walk here? Because there's a walking path connections here, but there isn't tunnel connections. And I think the tunnel on this side probably would have done it. Yeah. Having the tunnel connection there would have probably done it. So I would have needed to have, I think, the solution I would have needed to have was maybe I could have done it easier had I gone on this side with it and then bridged from here. Maybe that would have been easier. Like hypotheticals, right? Because we're not, I don't know if I'm really doing this right now, but hypotheticals, if I would have done this and then had the pedestrian tunnel come from here straight here, which probably is stupid because what you would really want to do is have the tunnel go to here, and that way this side could have connected there too, or not. It doesn't matter. Then the bridge would have been built from this side, which there's not enough room to do that. So yeah, this would have been another one of those things that wouldn't have worked. Is my tunnel plans to get more workers from this into creating electronics. That wouldn't have worked. I don't believe so anyway, unless it's just this one building, right? It would have worked to get them. I mean, the only thing we could have tried at this point to make that happen, I suppose, would have been to have this side connect here or this side connect here. Like, maybe that would have worked. Let's see what that would have done. If I had connected these two tunnels, then perhaps they could have gotten here. Look at them all just rushing over here. So we don't have any blueprints, all right? So the vehicle production plant you need blueprints. You need to purchase blueprints. And so we have to basically license them. And there's Western vehicles and Eastern vehicles. And so we would probably go in initially, and I think the first things I would have done is licensed some cheap personal cars. Almost every personal car, even at its value at the very bottom of the barrel here, can still travel almost the maximum speed of every highway road. This is the cheapest license. If I went up to this one, it'd be slower, slower, 90, 145. Okay. Maybe I would be getting these, but yeah, and I could just then change the colors of them and produce different colors, which is always a good thing to be able to produce different colors. I like that idea. So maybe I would have bought this license instead. So if I bought this license, it goes away, it disappears, and it becomes this one. Then we select this car as the one we want to produce. And we'll start with, I really like that. We'll start with the blue ones, okay? So now I've told people here to produce these blue vehicles. They'll take the steel from this, but then fabric, electronics, electrical components, mechanical components, and plastics need to be delivered to this building, right? And also I need this done so that people will work at the fire department. And then the fire department needed fire trucks. So we'll say you, and oh hell, why not? Give me a big fire bucket, but not the giant cargo one. Yeah, this is pretty good. Ta-da, why not? And then we'll set up fuel to be delivered here too, right? So at the moment, we'll set up fuel to be delivered here, but for now, we'll just do this. That way everything can get itself fueled up. So now at least some people that get delivered on this train will go here. Right, so what we're missing here is plastics, fabric, mechanical components, electrical components. We were still very far away from doing this, okay? We were still very far away from having this building run, which is why I didn't really want it built yet, and I was like, wow, they built it, crap. But they built it. Because chemicals needed to be established before we could reliably make plastics, and then plastics was gonna get sent over there. What I might have decided to do, and I didn't, of course, but what I might have decided to do was to have my plastics factories be here. That way, people off this train could have gotten here and worked there. Then we could have had plastics here and trucked them into this facility, which would have been a fairly straightforward trip. Of course, the way the roads are set up, it would have had to be, like they would have had to go around like this to deliver them. I probably would have had them delivered directly here. Then it could have been fed directly into these warehouses. So I probably would have had a truck route that just got to drop them off like that. And then plastics would have gotten in here, which would have allowed it to be distributed evenly between these two buildings later on. Chemicals would then just have to be trucked in, and chemicals being trucked in would not be very difficult in this setup, the way this setup is, because chemicals are all here. All the trucks would then bring chemicals over to, you know, a warehouse or storage area, etc., that could be loaded on a train. And that train would come from this track and head up this way and load all those chemicals and ship them around the Republic wherever they needed to go, right? That was the general idea. I want to see... Let's see whether or not this pump works or not to get this. There is a little bit of oil in the storage tank. So that's already proving that it would work. Yeah, a little bit of oil there. They're not pulling it in though. So it's interesting that they're not pulling it in, despite the fact that this, I mean, it doesn't really have a lot to be fair. It has something. You could be pulling something. All these people walking over to it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at them all. We are getting here. Buildings without drinking water. It still needs chemicals. So let's give this a boost of chemicals initially to get it working. Then it can provide drinking water. And then in so doing, we would then have at least people being able to get oil here. So I want to start this. I want to see how it would have worked. So I'm just going to jumpstart it with like 5 tons of oil for now, just to see whether that would have worked. It's maximum 60 people, so it's going to pump out as many chemicals as possible here. As far as sourcing goes, would the logistics of sourcing this work, right? Because it's chemicals, so would it have worked, right? I want to know. So with this, we would have the conveyor engine here. The gravel train we were going to have, as well as coal, would also use this station. Since we don't have a dedicated train for that yet, it's a little hard to test it. So let's get the dedicated train that I would have used. I would have used an electric locomotive because everything was already electric anyway, so that's going to be fine. I'm not entirely sure which one I would have used. It's kind of up in the air. I'm not really sure, so why don't I just pick one? And I guess we'll just... I don't really care. We'll just pick this blue one here, whatever. So this blue one will be our gravel train, okay? And then cargo wagons on this, we would want all of these hopper cars. And it's these. Yeah. So this would take gravel. And it's a long train. So we'd say like this many cars for gravel. So this is a very long train for gravel. This tunnel would have to be fully set up before this is going to work. Otherwise, I'd have to have that really long train going through the middle, and I didn't want that. So, and this is a train that doesn't get, the logistics office is not handling this. The distribution office is not handling this. So what we would do here, always the plan, I just hadn't needed to do it yet. We're going to gut this pipe at least to about here. No, all the way around is fine. I think it's better just to do it all the way around. And then we'll go underground with it at this point. So we'll take you, we'll duck you down like that. And then we're going to go underground from here to here. All right, that restores all of that, but it allows the trains to function a little bit here. So then this road would get demolished because the train would need to move through here, right? So these roads would get redrawn after these rails are connected. So this rail would connect, this rail would connect. All right, and then we've got all that set up. And then what I'd like maybe is to have the ability for trains that have to move over, right? So one of the trains is using this side all the time, and that would be coal train. Coal train would be using this side the whole time. So if it's gonna head this direction, which there's currently no reason to, but if I ever had a city on this side, I was opening myself up to the possibility of that. It would need a way to get on the right side of the track before entering the tunnel. And likewise, if there's a train coming from this side, I would want it to use this side of the tracks so that it could get out, and so therefore it would merge on that side. So in other words, there needs to be a crossing here that would allow them to do that, and I was thinking it would probably be right here, basically, that would allow them to do this. That way I get a chain there and there and there, nope, sorry, there and here before the road, like that. So this road would then come over and connect like that, and then this gravel road could then get redrawn like that and like that. So everything's hooked up just as it was, but we now have the train, le train, yeah. These needed to be electrified, so we would have done that later too. All of these things needed to be electrified, so that would have been done. And then the tunnels are automatically electrified, and so all of that would be done too. And so the tunnel is pretty much done. It had only a very little bit amount of work left in it, so I'm just accelerating that now, but it was very close to done anyway. And with that done, I can now have my gravel train go to work. So what I would want to do with gravel train, and this is just going to be only one stop, but eventually it would come over here, for example, and we would have another construction office set up over here with gravel being managed by that construction office, but also then feeding directly into the rail construction office so that gravel was getting always delivered here too, right? All that stuff was going to be done eventually. It was part of the grand plan, if you will. But in the moment, right here is where we will have gravel being stored. All right, so what we would have is a dedicated couple of trucks. And I don't have my depot over here anymore, so we'll just go ahead and build one. Road depot. I'm going to put it here for now. It doesn't matter. And we'll buy the trucks that are necessary for the delivery here. So one of the other things I wanted having to be done over here was to have this other distribution office that kind of was just there to pick up the slack in various locations where that slack existed. So if we were, for example, not really delivering to a certain grain storage very fast, we would be able to, let's just do this. If we weren't delivering to a grain storage very fast, we'd be able to do that with this one instead. So we know we could get there. But this one also was going to be responsible for picking up grain from some of the sort of more obscure ones, the ones that are not being filled all the time. And it was going to deliver those crops over to chemicals. So it starts here near the source and goes back over there. So we would have the same sort of covered hull stuff that we had before. Yeah, it's really the same trucks, but I kind of want it to look different actually. So why don't we make these trucks look a little different so I can tell them apart? So these ones, right? They would, you know, grab certain things. What? Oh, this road isn't done. There. They would grab certain things from... Okay, what's going on here? This road's not done either? What's going on? That's why those two weren't built. Normally, you wouldn't have that problem, because realistic mode, they'd have to build the road before they can get there. Unless it's helicopters, I guess. Helicopters could have done that. Either way, we would want them to take crops from these sources. So let's maybe make it these two sources here for now. We'll say that you take crops from here, all right? These 5 sources, whatever. You're going to load crops from here, and you'll do this once they're 10% full, so we don't rob like too many of them, okay? And then what you're going to do there is you'll take them over, and you will be dropping them off inside these individual buildings. The other way to do this, if I wanted this to like get it from a different source, that's always possible too. Another thing I could have done is just set up, and this might have been a better way to do it, is just to set up a grain storage on this side. I could maybe just do something like this. And if I had set up this grain storage on this side, then this distribution office could have just instead delivered to this one. And then I could have had maybe another distribution office over here with smaller trucks that were more localized. They would pick it up from this location and deliver it directly to various different chemical areas. So that would be an unload until like full in that case. So those trucks are now springing to life to do that. And then I would take another distribution office, like a small one, it could be a small one. And this one would be responsible for just moving all the resources that are in this area around, like the gravel, which is going to be here, right? And then the gravel truck, we'd have a gravel truck that moves from here. So this road depot, what we'll do is we'll have a big dumper, and we'll say that it's one of the faster ones. I like that. I'd like to color it differently. Let's have it be like this red one here. It really doesn't even have to be 2 of them, but I'll just have 2 anyway. And then your new stop would be from this unloading station and dropping it off directly into this storage. That's the route. You load gravel from here, you unload it here. You wait until unloaded, you wait until loaded. That's your route. And so that truck's just gonna go do that now, okay? So with that done and out of the way, only thing left to do is to test out the gravel train and see how it works. So we would take this gravel train, and your route... Wait, what? Not done yet. Yeah, I don't know how you had a route, but you shouldn't have... Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, I see what happened. I put them on the wrong... Okay. It's not on the right train. They went automatically to the train that was at the top of the list. It needs to be all brought down to here. Okay. So this is the train I want to do. And this train would go from this... where are we? This right here. So this never got done because we weren't ready for gravel train yet. So we'll put that in, and then we also need to build the tracks. And they're already in place. The plans are in place. I'm not going to make any additional tracks. I'm just going to use the plans that I already had. Make sure everything is built that was supposed to be built before. We'll build all this stuff too, so that we can see what it's like to make the the ships and everything. There we go. The tunnel's done. Tunnel is complete. Yeah. Okay, good. I don't really mind electricity problems at the moment. I'm more like just trying out the other stuff that I was doing. Okay. So this train is going to pick up gravel from here. Yep. And you'll wait until loaded. And then you are going to bring it over to here. And you are not going to wait till unloaded because you're a really, really long train. And I want to make sure that you don't wait here any longer than you need to. The design for this is not to have this train turn around. It doesn't turn around. It loops. It's going to keep going, right? And then eventually it will drop off stuff, you know, over here. I might have actually had it drop off the gravel for the construction area before this junction. And then that way it could then loop through here. And it goes all the way around over this bridge. All the way through here. Through this. It would go straight, right? We'd hook up to this rail, which is pending. And then it would wrap itself around and take itself all the way back over. Where it would then cross into here. Use this side of the track so it doesn't get in the way of the coal train. And make its way through the tunnel and around. So it doesn't go through the middle of the town. It goes all the way around and it ends up being right here again. So that's the path that it would normally take. Because I need to ensure that it takes that path, I would say that we would go and build that track out just to make sure it takes that path. So can we do this not at nighttime though? Come on. Come on, game. I really don't want to be at nighttime all the time. Please, pretty please. My god, it takes forever to get through the night cycle. You have to do it though. If you don't have the night cycle, then you can't say that you're playing realistic mode. Because it's way, way cheaper or way, way easier without the day-night cycle. You don't have that spur of power where everybody's using more power than they normally would have. You don't have the weather system with rain and slowing down traffic and things like that. That stuff is not enabled when you don't have the day-night cycle on. They've tied weather to the day-night cycle, and I don't know if I agree with it, but that's what they've done. And this is just a little off-centered, isn't it? But whatever, it's fine. We'll have that built. Now that train track is completed. There's no additional reason to do this, so we're not doing a full diamond here. There's no real reason to do it yet. So I wouldn't have done it. This will go that way. This will go that way. This clears there. And the chain signal could just be like right there, I suppose is fine. Just to make sure nobody's in this intersection. Then this chain goes that way. This one goes that way. Then we would go, yeah, this way. And this way. That's now all fully done and signaled. We do this. And this one comes down like... Are you saying there's work to be done? Build it. Build it all. Build all of it. Alright, now this also needs to be electrified in order for it to work with this gravel train. I was originally going to have gravel train be a diesel train and not be electrified so that it could get into places that needed it for construction sites. So I would still do that. In the next series, I plan to do a very similar workflow. So like having one place, if possible, one place that provides gravel to tons of other places. I really like that idea. I just wanted to test it out and make sure it works in this one. Because you can never have too much gravel. And that gravel train, though, would need to not be electrified. It needs to be a regular diesel train so that it can get to places around the map that are not yet constructed. Places that are, you know, pending. So we could build a fast wooden track, for example, and still be able to get it out that way so that we could develop construction in an area. Trees at the ends of the runways could help prevent the planes from going into the water after a mishap. I know you said that a long time ago, but I didn't see it. And now I'm thinking they could also, at the same time, a plane could hit them on their way into the runway. I wouldn't want trees in my runway. I wouldn't want any trees around here. Yeah, no. Workers are still waiting here. I thought I turned that off, but I guess not. So lots of people waiting for trains, waiting for buses. All fine and dandy. All fine and dandy. Can you reach? You can. Okay, so that would have worked. It's 3 meters. That's it. 3 meters difference. And in fact, it's so close to reaching that it actually only reaches this one. It doesn't reach this one. That little extra bit of distance is enough to stop that from reaching. So perhaps there was another alternative plan I could have implemented there. Like, for example, I could have made the tunnel maybe be on this side and then go straight to here. And instead of going out this way and then over, it could have made the difference, but either way though, I can supply workers for electronics production with this train station, and that's really all I cared about, is being able to do that. All right, so let's assume for a moment that chemicals is up and running. Okay, because it is kind of. It can't export the wastewater because I didn't set that up yet, because sewage isn't set up yet. The wastewater system and sewage isn't set up yet. So wastewater system with sewage, we would just be dumping it in the river, pretty much. I would maybe dump it over here though, but I think this is... Yeah, let's just dump it over here. It's fine. We'll take discharge. I know it would have worked at some point over here. Could also process it before we put it in, but that's just extra workers. So, I mean, again, I don't think it's really important that I do that now, that this is like the end and everything, but that is something that I would have solved before building the entire thing, right? If nothing else, you'd build one to make sure one is working, and then you'd build the rest of them out. Fuel, 781 tons, and then it still says 3.2 units of fuel here, so I don't know if distribution can properly handle this, but I'd like to see if it will. So far, it's not doing it. At least I don't see it doing it. So this unloading too. Well, first off, it doesn't have access to bitumen, so we need to do that. But I think that does need a tank. Another tank directly connected to it. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, we'll do it anyway. I don't like it, but we'll do it. We'll put this here. And put another one over here like this. And I think what I'll do instead of this pipe, that ain't working, is we'll see about having this pipe go to connect 230. That should be enough to there. And the bitumen can't directly connect anyway, so it needed another pump anyway. We'll have this bitumen pump go in right over here. Should have just left it alone, man. Yeah, I should have just let it build instead of trying to manipulate where the road is. Whatever, we'll do that. I don't care. This bitumen supply from here then goes around and connects to here. Nope, here. Just have other infrastructure in the way, so let's go lower and then to there. Oh, don't you do that to me. Come on, really? Come on. You can make that. I know you can. You can make this. You have to believe in yourself. God, that's so close, though. It almost worked. That's like within... That's one of those games of inches, you know? Where's the reservoir? Right there. There. Drinking water out that way too. So then this one will then connect to that. And then from this side, the bitumen supply will go in. You should be able to go over top of this. Yep. And connect it there. Wow. The loop-de-loop, eh? Fine. I don't need to fight you. That's fine. Whatever. It's all underground anyway. Nobody's gonna see it. All right. Assuming this all has power, and it should, because everything's powered up. Now we have a growing supply of bitumen connected, and we still don't have a growing supply of fuel because this one isn't built yet. And this isn't built yet, so yeah, both of them are not built yet. That would be why. No, this is built. This is built, but it's not getting fuel. Why is it not getting fuel? Well, because you were built, but you weren't connected. That is a requirement. This has to connect to there. Okay, now can we have it? I want to see fuel. Show me fuel. Come on. There it is. Okay, good. How far are you able to zoom in on the people? Pretty far. There's different controls for it, so it kind of depends on what you're doing. For example, I could just zoom in like this. This is as close as I could get. However, there is a way to get a little bit closer, and that is through zooming in on vehicles. So if I was to follow the vehicle, I could then zoom in closer on that vehicle and angle down. So that gets me closer. And then the other way to do it is to go through the FPS camera, which allows me to basically have first-person view of, you know, the path for that vehicle. And I can also look around while that vehicle is driving. So that gets me like right up with them, you know. So that's pretty close. You know, you can see how your Republic is that way. See how tall these things are. They're pretty well sized. Like everything is scaled pretty well. How big the buildings would be. It's just always nighttime. I can't escape it. Can't escape nighttime. Gonna be with me forever. Okay, so are we going to see a train? Oh, that's the passenger train. Saw that already. We already knew that was coming. Are we going to see distribution use this line? Because these guys are always using this side. So I want to see distribution train use this side to get in here. Just, God damn it, son, get up here. Okay. So we would use the mixed signal here, I think, instead. And this switch here. No, I think maybe we don't. Well, what's the implications of having this be? I think this one could be solo, but the other one definitely needs to have the chain. Because I need to know whether or not that train can reach this point before I let it go. So is the distribution office going to do this? Well, all I have to do now is add this here to its destination, and I can tell you to unload bitumen and fuel at this destination, and I can tell you to fill to, let's say, 90%. Whatever, right? If I do that, first off, let's make sure that you're not going to the border to get fuel, because that's something we don't want you to do. Okay, so they are going to go. This is the distribution train. This is the experiment. Does this work? If this train does what I want it to do, or if these trains can do what I wanted them to do, then I know that the oil plan would have worked. Because this train is 150 meters long. It's the maximum length that these trains will be. We sized all of our signals and everything to be that distance apart at minimum. So we know, right, that they're not going to interfere with any junctions because they're 150 meters apart. They can go down inside the tunnel, come back out this side. He should use that side of the tracks so he doesn't get in the way of anything else. And here he is loading fuel. Fuel that we're processing from our giant oil operation in Opexki, which is not fully set up yet. It's most of the pump jacks are distributing oil here, but not all of them. So I still haven't built all the pipes and stuff yet. But it's enough to give us a ton of fuel, like 1,000,000 rubles worth of fuel so far. And that's way better. And then the last thing I'm going to do, and we'll keep an eye on that train, but the last thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to tell this distribution office to unload fuel here. And we're going to keep that at, let's say, 20%. Now, in doing that, we ensure that these guys who are trying to gather fuel and distribute them will be able to get them closer, and they won't have to drive so far. That's pretty good. So now the train can turn around, which it has to do on the bridge. It doesn't interfere with the passenger train on this side. Shouldn't interfere much with this passenger train, although these guys are stopped, so we'll have to see how that goes. There is one extra little train in here, which is maybe not the greatest. So this is stopping a little bit soon. I think maybe what we should do with these signals is, if I can add signals in a tunnel, I would. It does look like it will let me add signals to the tunnel. And that's what I'd like to do. So I'm going to say that we do a chain signal here and a clear here. That way, if the train cannot get to this spot, it won't pass this one. And that way it doesn't block the other train. So it's a little modification there. And I think I should probably do the same. It won't be necessary to do the same on this side because there's a lot more space. Yeah, because this train can easily wait. So this other little dude, this little dinky one, is grabbing the bitumen, right? Because we have to grab both resources. So the bitumen then gets carried off to that other destination to be dropped off. Passengers getting dropped off. Then you go. See, so if I didn't put a chain here, then what would have happened is that train would have went all the way to here and stopped. And that would have caused a lockup because this guy couldn't get in here. So by putting the chain here instead of the regular signal, I made it so that that oil train stops here instead of here. And that lets the passenger train get where it needs to go. That should be fuel. So over on this side, how are we doing on unloading? Train's not that low, or not that long. It's pushing fuel into the tank. Looks fantastic. Should be pushing fuel into this tank as well. Very good. And so now both of these places are able to have their fuel loaded, which means that these tanks are fully loaded. Very good. And any logistics that's set up in this area to distribute fuel around can now access and use. So I can go over to this one, for example, and instead of having you load from this one, because this one's already being used by a lot of different vehicles, instead of having you load from this one, this is just oil, fuel, loading and unloading, and this one is unloading too. Okay, so instead of going to this one, you now go to this one. And that's going to allow all of the fuel distribution that's happening in Carenglad as well as Disney. All of that will now use the other one because it has enough fuel, because we have a train that's bringing fuel into this area. And then for bitumen delivery, this little guy here is waiting appropriately where he's supposed to. And that little guy, what I could do, if it was dedicated routes, I would do this, but otherwise, I guess it doesn't matter. If it was dedicated routes, though, I would much prefer this train use both tracks to get in here. Of course, there is the warehouse, so maybe that's... Yeah, never mind, it's fine. But I could have done that. It's fine. So now bitumen gets dropped off, and the bitumen goes into this tank. There it goes. So the system works. Everything is in place. Everything works exactly as it was supposed to. And if we were still in realistic mode, we would no longer need to purchase fuel. Fuel and bitumen resources, fuel and bitumen costs are now eliminated. We no longer need to worry about them. And that, I think, is a really cool thing to learn. That's a really cool thing to know. This, I don't know if it's actually getting its oil delivery. It should be, but I don't see it working there. I know that it can't export the wastewater, so that's the reason why this isn't working. So to test chemicals, I would have to set up the sewage discharge for this in order to do that. So at the moment, I think what I'll do is I'll just set that discharge over here. I guess we'll just bring it over here. Of course, there's a lot of underground. There actually aren't that many underground pipes over here. A lot of those pipes, all these pipes here are above ground. So, but I'll just place this here, and yeah, make this walking path go up and just connect there. That's fine. This needs to be hooked up. That's why we're not getting that other source of oil. So none of this other oil is being delivered right now. So this oil is very, very slow. You see, it's only 2.13. It's very slow right now because I didn't connect this pipe. So if I get this pipe and just do that, then this entire system becomes way, way faster immediately. We should see that this oil now goes way, way up very, very fast. Yep. Now the system's set up correctly. Because I was leaving a lot of oil on the table. Or in the ground. Yeah, I was leaving a lot of oil in the ground. Just now. Are all my pump jacks spinning? Or pumping, I guess? Yep, they're all moving. Seems good. All these pump jacks over here. They're all moving. Excellent. And how about over here? You're sitting still, not doing anything. Okay, let's take a look. So, probably because of the source. Is not sending resource. Huh? That doesn't make sense. The destination is full. Okay, okay, hold on. Destination is full. Maybe it's because of like all the backlog of having to wait for that oil. It might be because all that oil is backlogged, and again, pipes have maximum flow rates, so I might just need to wait for that to work itself out. Oh, also we have a power stability issue over here. That would do it too. There's a power stability issue here. We can solve that. I'm just gonna add, again, stuff that I would easily work out later. It's fine. I'm gonna add a couple more wind turbines over here. It's fine, no big deal. We can also have like, I don't know, another substation in here, and we could have like another 150 or so go to that. No big deal. As long as this thing stays powered, the whole of oil should be getting delivered. And this tank should be pumping it out real quick now into here. And now we process it really, really fast. Sewage tanks overflow and health risk. Right, so there's the sewage discharge. We'll have a... Let's go with a switch. Probably here is okay. Like that's fine. And then maximum flow pipe from there to there. So from the sewage tank that I already had made, which I thought I had one made for this already, but apparently I never did. Which I reiterate would have been done if we had done this naturally. Because I would have seen it as we built slowly and went, oh yeah, I need that. So we'll just do this really quick. And then this will just be a small pipe that feeds into the switch. Here. Alright, that'll take care of sewage needs in this building so it can operate without issues, aside from crime. No big deal. And then the other sewage pipe from here. This needs to be piped now. I suspect that we will need a lot of switches and stuff for this. So we need one switch for these three. And then one switch for these three. One switch. So we need 4 switches here for sewage. 4 sewage switches. Oh my gosh. All right. So that's daunting. 1, 2, 3, 4. With small sewage pipes running the length. essentially. So you're going to be... let's start on this side, I guess. We'll start with you going into there. Like this. We'll spread you out a little wide like that. And you are going to go... You know, this is even... Nah, this isn't smart with resources. I wouldn't have done it this way. Yeah, I would not have done it this way. It's too long. Instead, what I would have done is... I would have made... These two switches would have existed, but the others would not have existed like this. Oh, that's gone already. Okay. So yeah, these two switches would exist. Here and... Yeah. Sorry. Got distracted on what I was doing here. So that would have existed. The next... These three... 1, 2, 3... would have fed into this switch. 1, 2, 3. Right about here. Probably. Like that. And then from those small pipes, a medium pipe would have been formed to send it to here. Then we would have had small pipes from this one. Bring it to there. Then you would have went around and brought it to this one. Like that. And then a large sewage pipe from there would have fed underneath to this switch. To here. Like that. And then the same thing would have happened from this switch. A large pipe would have went to that connection point there. And then for these switches, because there's an extra one that has to happen here, we need 3 connections, and then those 3 connections would all meet into one. So this sewage switch, I probably would have done this side differently because this is where the septic tank is. I would have it be probably here. As long as it's the right, as long as it lets me do it. So if it goes here, that works. Yes. And this one works. Yep, and then this one goes like that. And then on this side, a sewage switch would be probably right here. And then a small pipe would go to there. Okay, infrastructure's in the way. That, then medium pipe from there over to final switch, which is here, like that, and then this one would have gone into like that. And then we have one more connection here, and that connection would be reserved for the other switches that merge from the other chemical plant. That would all merge and pop in right there. And then now sewage is taken care of for every chemical plant. Easy peasy. So we now let's test the logistics, right? We no longer need to purchase on auto gravel. We no longer need to purchase crops. So wood is a very easy thing. I'll go ahead and stop providing that too, and water as well. So none of the stuff is now being provided to this place. All right. Everything is being provided by our own logistics. So this is our small distribution office. We would go with a covered hall, probably very small ones. It doesn't have to be very big. I'm more concerned about how much fuel they consume because there's no gas station out this way, which we can now put because we have a fuel supply. So that's easy to do now. So I think we'll probably go with maybe like, yeah, like these little 1.2 ones is probably enough. I would think they're probably enough. But if I take bigger loads, then I have to make less trips because I could just fill their local storage. So I'll do these ones. So these 5 would be taking gravel from, or taking a grain from here, right? And then it just, oh, there's no road connection here anymore. How did that happen? Oh, I wasn't building them yet. That's why. Fine. Now they're connected with the road. There and there. And then this whole thing should be asphalt roads. Would have been anyway. I just hadn't done it yet. Wasn't something that was built yet. Eventually it would all be asphalt roads. I might have settled with gravel, to be honest, but you know, some of these obviously didn't need to be asphalt, but I'm just doing it now because I can. I probably would have settled with gravel on a lot of these. These main roads here would have been asphalt, and then the ones going into the plants probably would have been gravel, but it's fine. And then we drop off, we unload crops in all of these locations. Okay. And then these same trucks, there's only 5 of them, but these same trucks, they will also be loading chemicals from these. Because this is all managed by trucks, not forklifts. And I kind of dig in that. Trucks, not forklifts. I feel like for a dedicated area like this, where there's no extra cross traffic, that's a perfectly fine thing to do. So I think in the future, I'll be doing a lot more trucks and a lot less forklifts in areas where it's not interfering with normal traffic, pretty much. And we'll keep everything kind of like, I don't know, 40% full through here. Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Now, the load of chemicals has to be stored somewhere too, and we would want that to be getting shipped somewhere. So I would probably have, I hadn't really thought this through yet, so whatever, work in progress. I would probably put, if I can ever find the warehouse, a warehouse kind of over here somewhere near the road. This seems like an okay spot. Maybe something more like this. And then what we could do is to kind of limit truck traffic and the because there's a lot of trucks that are going to be moving through here all the time, and I don't want them to have to compete for that single spot, right? So we would put one of these road cargo stations instead over on this side. Probably right over here is good. And looks like I'm going to have to flatten this so that my factory connection can connect. Raise it up. There we go. Factory connection? For real? Okay. We'll play it your way. Wow, that's got to be raised up a lot to get there. Are you kidding me? It's a very... That's really different. Damn. Can I get the road even in there then? Might be too steep. It is. It's too steep to do that. So I need to lower all that. Get that in there. That's all got to be lowered, not raised. Look how fast it is when you can pay for it. Like, when you can pay for it, it's so fast. Holy crap, man. I mean, yeah, that cost me 1,000,000 rubles to do that. But did you see how fast it was? It's insane. It's so fast compared to what I'm used to now, man. Okay, well, that's just done now. No big deal. Carry on. Good. That's what I'm looking for. Then we have this elevation problem. There we go. So road cargo depot allows them to drop off chemicals. They'll unload chemicals here. Okay, so that's it. We'll store chemicals at this station, and this warehouse just stores chemicals. That's it. And eventually, I think it might have stored plastic as well. And then the chemicals and plastic from there would then get loaded on trucks that would take them over to this area where it could be loaded on a train at some point here. And I might have even incorporated this into like a cargo station, a cargo loading area where we could load plastics and chemicals and send them over here. It's possible. It might even be better to do that on this area. So maybe I would probably rethink this. Having, I think in the future what I'm gonna do, because again, if you build something in the next update, it's tearing it down is a bitch. Tearing it down is gonna suck, right? It's realistic. You have to actually clear that stuff out. I mean, a city goes in and demolishes a building. They don't just start building in the next one the same day. It probably takes them a month before you can even begin to construct something there, because it takes a long time to clear it. So depending on the size of the building, it could be even more than a month. So that makes sense. It's just you have to plan ahead. You have to do a lot more planning. And then when you submit the plans, right? When I hit that button to submit the plans, if I make a road that's not dirt, like if I do this, well, hold on, let's like this, yep. If I do this, right, that's a plan. That's no big deal. Doesn't matter. Cool, whatever. As soon as I hit this button, if any resources at all are delivered to this, 0.01 tons of gravel gets on this, I will need a deconstruction office to come out to this site to clear that before I can fully have it removed. Like, that is, that's wild. So it's definitely going to be a different playthrough. It's very different. I don't even know if it's going to be like, what is the audience for something like that, for a series like that? I have to do time lapses, right? I'm gonna have to do time lapses. I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be so different from anything I've ever made before. Basically, this series is gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to construct not just the plans for the city, but I'm gonna have to know ahead of time how I want to shoot it. How do I want to shoot the thing I'm about to build? How do I want to record that? Because either that, or I just need to invest like another $400 in SSDs. Because I refuse to record lower than 4K. I'm beyond that now. I've progressed beyond where that I'm just not going to do it anymore. I just won't do it. Yeah. Okay, so gravel, right? This guy's going to sit around and wait to load it, right? This truck. He's waiting for that gravel. We need to deliver the gravel. So, gravel train. Gravel train. I think I electrified all of your tracks. I think. So, yeah. Pretty sure I did. So let's send you. Okay, unreachable. So where is it? So there's a part here that isn't electrified. Is that it? No, that's not it. You're not even supposed to be going through this. Maybe something... Oh, I see. This isn't electrified. Yeah, I didn't electrify any of this. Well, it is now. It is now. There you go. Anything else? Yep, there. Right, because again, I wasn't going to have an electric train for this. This was going to be diesel for flexibility, but just to make sure it's working the way it's supposed to, we're going to go ahead and do that now. I think this doesn't need to be there. That was just for the construction trains. Let's get rid of this. Okay, done. All right, now can we do it? Where is it? Right here. Can we do it now? It's gone. Okay, so it can go get gravel now, and it's going to take that gravel and drop it off right here. After that point, though, I need to adjust its route, because after that point, I do want it to... to shift. Like, I need it to loop. I want to test the loop, not just can it come back, because I'm pretty sure it can't. It's not meant to. I want to test the loop, and so in order to do that, we're going to collapse this for a second, and I need to have signaling through here a little bit. So we're going to say chain. Yep, this is chain, and then clear, and then this is going to be chain and chain, and then we go clear, clear, clear. Okay. And then you go clear, and then we follow that up with chain on that side. All right, that's this area. There's really not a super important reason to put any additional signals through here, but I guess yeah, I mean, I could just have a checkpoint there, I guess. Sorry, I thought I was placing double semaphores. Am I not doing that? Apparently I'm not doing that. Okay, cool, no problem. Yeah, fine, whatever. Yeah, we could have a little check-in right here, just to kind of keep them progressing and moving. Probably not the best idea to do it here because of the gravel train, but... Yeah, I think gravel train is probably... It's going to be longer than this anyway, so these will be irrelevant. Yeah, those won't be needed. I can do them in here, though. Just to kind of keep trains moving if I was going to do it. And there's that. All this stuff is signaled. Good. This side, it comes through this way. Then it comes all the way over like this. We'll clear here. Clear here. Clear there. And clear on that side like that. We have the chain there. 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 And there. Okay, that's signaled all the way out this way. Let's have like a quick little checkpoint here. Fine. And then to here, we have this little loop, which I don't really think is that big of a deal. We'll clear that. If you're headed this way, I probably will do another checkpoint here then. And then on this side, we would want to clear there. So we can probably get rid of this signal. Yeah, that's fine. You on this side would be a mixed signal. You would be mixed there like that. Yep. And then on this, going from this direction, we would want to have a chain on that side like that. And then I can probably have the clear being there is fine. Yep. So then everything will come out this way. And over the bridge, we could maybe make another quick set of signals. I can't put a signal there? That's interesting. Okay. Well, I kind of wanted it before the... We'll do this. There. And then the station. And then back out this way. You'd say it goes that direction and that way. Away from the road. All the way out. Let's put another set of signals there. And we have all this signal. That's good. Come out the way here. Put another set of signals there and there. I mostly just mark these so that if there's a train right behind another train, they don't wait at the signal for the other train to clear the signal. Like if I have many, many sections, then trains can travel closer together. That's the idea. This was only going to be gravel train though, so I really don't need that here. But in other situations, like if I'm using distribution, like with food here, I would want to put signals a little closer together, 150 meters, 155 meters apart, that kind of thing, so that trains could potentially travel closer together. Because again, a train won't enter us. Whoa! What happened to you? You were not like this when I placed you. You were a full-on field when I placed you. What happened to you? Holy moly, what happened? That is incredible. Oh, in case you didn't know, farming works differently in the next update too. Because they had to mess with that as well. Obviously. Have to mess with it. Farming now has a fertility rating, so crops will not produce nearly as much as they used to. These fields won't. And in addition to that, they will lose fertility over time without you tending to them and giving them fertilizer and things like that. I don't know what's going on with this, but that seems really, really strange. Let's level this out. I'm not sure what's going on here, but we're going to get to the bottom of it. Right, meow. I know I placed this and it was a full field before. Now it's staggered in a completely different direction. Restore the soil. Your soil is restored. Hopefully. My soil restored now? What's going on here? Crazy game right now. I don't understand that, but good thing it doesn't matter. Jeez. This thing is really screwy. There's no practical reason why I can't farm that whole thing. And when I selected it earlier in the video, it was a full, complete field. It worked. The same thing was happening to me before over here too, but looks like that didn't happen this time. Like that's what was happening over here on these other fields before. Should be just the only one that should be a partial is this one. Everything else should be completely ready to farm. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. Doesn't make much sense to me. So anyway, you have to use fertilizer to keep the crops at higher fertility. At 100% fertility, the crops will produce precisely, or roughly precisely, what they produce now in this version of the game. That's how that's working. Maybe if I turn it this way. I mean, they're green dots everywhere, so like I don't get it. It's just being a butt. So whatever. All right. So anyway, I needed to do signaling, right? I wanted to see the train though. It's already loading gravel. I missed it. But there's an area where a route. Oh, so the route's stopped. It's not going to travel right now. It's got a problem with the route, so I have to take a look at that anyway. Okay. It's probably something that's not electrified that I, again, didn't intend to electrify in the first place. So that's good. That's signaled. We'd want a chain there and a chain there, and then clear that side, and that side is good. And then all the way out this way, we would place clear here and here, and then chain there and there with extra signals looking like probably from here and clear on that side there like that. And then these are all one separate section, but we can again make them multiple sections just for the ease of train traffic is how I would normally do it. On this side, since it is a split there, we would want the clear to be there and a chain to be there to wait with probably a two-way, I think, on this. Yeah, two-way. So a two-way signal there. And then if the train is in this area, then of course it's game time. We would do a mixed signal there, and chances are that would create problems anyway, because really long trains, really short trains, so it's probably a bad idea anyway to do it like this, but it is what it is. And then through here is just straight through, so you're not stopping at the station. So there's no real reason, again, to make any new signals here, but for the sake of trains traveling closer together, I'd probably do something like that, and then like that, and then like that, and then over here we would want to do two-way signal there, followed by a clearing on that side and a chain on this side. Yep. Actually, if we're going to allow the trains to come into this area, then we really shouldn't do this at all. Yeah, I think once the train passes this point, it needs to get out of this point. The same thing on this side. I think once the train passes this point, it needs to just get out of here. So this whole... Come on, daytime. This whole orange area would be... What do you think about the darkness? I've made it brighter than default, but I think I want to make it even brighter for the sake of video. I think I want to go even brighter with it. There is a way to skip the night. There's a hotkey sequence that will skip the night, but you don't want to use that sequence when there are citizens on the map, because it completely breaks the simulation. So you can only use that before you have citizens, basically. But I feel like I've made it. I made it brighter, but I don't know if I've made it bright enough. I feel like it could be brighter than it is. All right, that takes care of signaling for that side until we get through here, but well, it is still important to do this. So chain there, clear there, then chain here. And I feel like that's not long enough. Needs to have it up here. And maybe back here one more. Far back as I can go with that. And then this side would be clear. And yeah, I guess it's a chain, right? So clear. Okay. That's how that would go. And these are two-way. We're going to make them one-way. Just because I don't need track builders anymore. That one has to be two-way. These ones are all one-way anyway. Everything's one-way. So my train network is done. Signaling-wise, everything is done. So now it's just a matter of getting that train to do the loop. So what I would want to do, I think, is you're going to go to this station to unload your gravel. And then after that stop, you then proceed this direction, that waypoint. You'll then go around just to test the loop, right? You're going to go around to there. Ideally, it would actually travel this way and go into Uranium Town and then work its way around and then eventually head in. But just to test the loop for now, this is what I'll do. It'll do that. And then it's going to travel this direction. It will tag up, let's say tag up there. And then it goes all the way around. Make sure it tags up here. There we go. I did hit this, right? Actually don't know. Shit. Okay, I did. So let's delete this. Yep, okay. And then while tagging up there, there's really only one way it can go, and that's that way. But again, just to make sure, I'm going to have it tagged there. And at that point, it really... I don't think it'll try to go that way, but it might. So we'll make sure it tags here as well. And at that point, there's only one direction to go to complete the route. We want to make sure it uses this side. So I can have it also tag a waypoint that will be placed here. And that will be the other place that it goes. Okay, so where's the problem in your route? Is this not electrified or what? Yeah, there's no electricity to this. Okay, now there is. Can you go now? There you go. All right, gravel train. Gravel train's a thing. Let's take a look. I can see it fine at night. I think it's clear enough. Okay. That's all I care about, is whether it's good enough for you guys. I can see just fine because my monitors... things are always brighter on my end than it is on your end. But especially when it's a video, because video compression actually darkens things a lot. All right, so that's a potential issue. So look how long this train is, you see? I need to keep it out of here, but if it's going to disrupt things, at least it's disrupting in a like a low traffic area. However, I might be able to tweak this path so that that doesn't become a thing. So what would cause you to stop here? This is a really long patch, so I don't know why you stopped. Why is this? These signals aren't even needed, right? Where we want them is here. And clear. That's where we want them. And then this is all... This needs to be chained like that and clear. And then you get chained like that and clear. Yep, and then you get chained here, clear. And then I think it would go like this. No, this needs to be two-way. This and this to get into the passenger station. This whole thing is considered a big intersection. So what I'd actually need is for a chain to be located there, and then to delete that and that. There. So this whole thing is part of this intersection. This isn't needed anymore. We can get rid of this. And dump these signals. Drop the waypoints. All right, there we go. Gravel train. Look how long this stupid thing is. Oh my gosh. Was I right? It's gonna stretch into the intersection, isn't it? No, it's... Yeah, I mean, I would have been right. If I was branching off of this, I think it would have... I can still make this longer, too, but I've given a lot of room here. That's a lot of room for that train. I could even allow it to turn around and go straight back. I have enough to just make that curve right there and have it all work out, but... Again, I want to test the loop. So you are dumping gravel here, which is going to allow this truck to go bring gravel over to chemicals. Very good. Gravel train doing what gravel train was designed to do. Perfect. And then again, I just want to make sure its loop is good here. So what have we covered? We've covered that with a few modifications. The oil system works exactly as it was meant to. You know, we're delivering fuel around where we need to deliver it. Although it does look like fuel is being pushed to trains more than it's being pushed anywhere else. But if we're creating it fast enough, it should be all right. Oil is not currently coming in fast enough. So that might be something to look at. Is whether or not there is a problem with that or not. I don't believe there is. I think probably what is happening is that the oil is simply being redirected around, you know, to chemicals and things like that before it can be stockpiled. So what I would probably want to do is just stockpile it for a while. Oil also was going to be getting, or sorry, chemicals was going to be getting its oil from over here. And then there's also another oil source over here as well. There's a good quality oil source right here too. So like over here could have gotten oil. Right here was going to be oil that was going to provide oil anyway to chemicals. Right here. And then I was considering plastics here along with a big cargo harbor. And that cargo harbor was going to look a little bit like this. We were going to cut into the ground and clear this out so that big ships could use this area. And one of the things I wanted to see before ending this series is whether or not my underground tunnels, pipes, electrical connections, whether any of that stuff interferes with shipping lanes on boats. So let's get a few boats and see if that would have interfered or not. I'm not sure it would have. That's why I want to find out. Can I do it next time? Basically, is the question. But I would be opening this up like a, you know, like a big channel that's opened up for boats to travel through. All right, give them plenty of room. Big old cargo harbor area, right? And then we would have a big old harbor for containers and vehicles would be over here. I would want to level it out, of course, so let's go ahead and get that done. We want to level train height from center. And the height from the center is what? Let's call it like, yeah, like 2 meters up. Say 2 meters. Let's make sure we keep everything about 2 meters high. And we're just going to make a straight line. Give us a straight coastline. We can attach all sorts of things to. Whatever we would want to. Whatever our heart's desire can be yours. or mine. Because we're paying for it, it's stupid fast, and I can just... It's so fast, my god. Okay. Okay. So, we have this big area that I was going to use as a big shipping hub. And the trains, right, the trains were going to get to come in through here. I was actually considering right about this point, like I said, it'd be a little later now, but right around this point, we would be separating this out so that there would be 4 lanes, 4 rails here. You know, for a greater train capacity as we're heading closer to the harbor. I think we're going to have to... Oh yeah, definitely going to have to smooth this out. Needs to be a lot more gradual descent. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay. So if we were going to do, you know, again, big shipping hub, big shipping harbor, right? So we would have it's all cargo. Not going to want to worry about anything. We want a pumping harbor here so that we can ship fuel from fuel sources, right? So that would be closer to this side so that the pipes wouldn't have to be so long. And I was kind of hoping to put it on an angle, but it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to do that very easily. So we're going to say a pumping harbor is here instead. Right there. All right. We have a large, I guess it's called a medium, cargo harbor. Add a little bit of space. Then we want one for vehicles and containers. Much bigger. And, you know, big ships and stuff would come over at this side. We'd have one over here like that. Okay. And then we have harbors for aggregate stuff. And, actually thinking I don't really need that. But if I'm playing into the whole, like, hey, look, a cargo harbor, well, then, okay, I would probably do something on this side. But I think realistically what I can do instead is just to expand this. And then we'd have one central location, right, where all sorts of stuff can be picked up by boats. Big area. Big area where a lot of stuff can be picked up by boats, okay? So pretty much any boat at all that wants to pick any cargo up or ship things around, the routes from individual locations would be bringing the cargo to this spot, all right? The rail connects here, the highway connects here. We'd have storages up the wazoo, all through here. Forklifts, trucks, fuel things, all sorts of things would all be right here. But the idea being that if we wanted to expand and have, you know, cities be on this side or cities be over here, gather resources from this side, whatever, all the boats that are picking things up, would they all have one route to ship to, and that's this harbor right here. Okay, so naturally we'd have to have it accessible from this side too. And this is where I wanted to have, like, I don't know, a Panama Canal kind of thing. I kind of wanted to design like a Panama Canal kind of thing. So what I would do is something like this. A very narrow channel where boats could travel through it. Hi, Paul. How are you? Partially sighted, Paul. Are you like half blind? Is that the origin behind the name? I sometimes feel like I am too. I feel like there's many a times where it's just like it's right there and all I had to do was just read. And I just didn't, you know? Okay, now I would love to have some sort of like wall that could go, you know, through here. But there's just nothing like that exists in the game, as far as I'm aware, unless it's a modded thing. So I can't do that. But what I was thinking I could do, and this works a lot better now that we are like off realistic mode. I'm looking for it. I just don't see it yet. Maybe it's decorations. Yeah, these. So again, I know this isn't going to work very well, but I kind of wanted to just experiment with the idea of having one of these walls that goes in a straight line over here like this. Okay, so that's a straight wall. And then on this side, you do the exact same thing. Okay, so that wall gets built, which looks pretty cool. And then we take our channel, our lower terrain tool, and it should give us a straight line on this side now, because it won't allow me to lower the terrain beyond the wall. So I'm hoping that it lets me get right up to the wall. Doesn't look like it's going to let me do that. But at the very least, I should be able to get a straight line here, right? Man, I feel like I should be able to get closer than that. Like, sometimes it lets me get a lot closer than other times. What about the leveling tool? Does that let me get closer? I was just looking for a visual effect, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get it. I think you can see what I was trying to do, but they don't have those in this game. They don't have the... Unless there's a way to make it and I'm just unaware of it. You know, if there's a way to make it, then cool. But I just don't know what it is. Perhaps one thing we could do is just paint. We could paint... maybe we paint this as an airplane road or something. It's just painting it, but it'll make it look like it's concrete. I have no idea. Come on, get there. No, we just try painting. And see how that looks later. It probably looks terrible, but I'm gonna see how it looks later. And then we'll know whether or not I got the effect I was looking for. Try it on this side too. I don't want it on that side of the wall, so I gotta make sure I line it up correctly. That's good enough. It just looks like shit. I'm sorry, but it does. It looks like shit. It looks like garbage. Not a fan. I tried. Is it possible to make a dam for power in this game? No, it's not. Hydropower is not a thing. I wish it was, but it's not a thing. Not in the game. Maybe a mod will add it. I don't know. But So you can kind of see what I was going for. It would have been better if the land was already like really low to the ground. So if I had to do it over again, I'd probably, you know, level terrain all the way out to be like 0 meters, barely any land, and then put the wall in. That would probably look better. But it is what it is. It's fine. So anyway, this is where our harbors would be, okay? All of our harbors, all of our boats, right, that would come in throughout the entire Republic, they would all basically come to this point to get whatever it is they were trying to get. And so to test out how that works, one of the things that we were going to do with this had to do with nuclear and nuclear power, specifically transporting UF6. I was going to use containers and stuff for that. And so I would be basically taking from uranium mining town. We would be doing all the things, blah, blah, blah. We would have a train, but probably what would happen... Oh, let's test it. Hang on. Testing our trains, right? To see if this would work. So what's causing this to stop? You're on your way to Cernakova East platform. Is right here. Okay, so what's causing you to stop? Why is this blue? Why are you blue? Well, first off, these don't have any place in here, and that's probably why. No? No, that's nope. No, you should be able to go through that, no problem. Yep. I'm gonna call shenanigans on that. Which means you can go through it now too. And both of these passenger trains are now waiting too long. Did our gravel train make the loop okay? I didn't follow the gravel train. I need to. This only has 3.5 tons available? No. It has a lot more available. Yeah. Definitely has a lot more available. That's just what's on this thing here. You've got all this, and this, and this. And if I turn these on, you'd have this. You got all sorts of gravel available, so don't give me that. It says start or end of building not connected to the road. Yeah. He's not wrong. They're not wrong. That little squiggle might cause that to be out of range. Okay, still there. Whatever, the road is a walking path. There, done. It has it. Passengers come in at nighttime, again. They would theoretically be getting dropped off and be doing things, okay? Cool. That train's taking too long because of what? Okay, this is coal train. So gravel train is confused. Gravel train is confused because it cannot reach this point. Probably because this isn't electrified. Son of a bitch. Never go electric when you planned not to. Oh, hey, we never actually went ahead and built this thing, all right? I wanted to see if this was gonna work, right? We should focus on Metro for the end of this stream, to see if that will work or not. Because I don't know still. So if I was to add this, job for you, are you able to build these or not? Road construction does not exist. So I don't think this is the right building. And I forgot to look it up because I'm a slacker, and that's all I'm ever gonna be. It's all I've ever been. I don't think the train depot is the right building for this. How the hell do we build the metro? There needs to be a way to connect rail tracks to metro tracks, and you can't just do it. They don't. Only track building trains can move on metro rail crossings. Oh, so you'll just allow it. You just flat allow it now. Okay, sure, that's how that works then. Okay. Cool. Does that mean you can do that? So only track building trains will do that. I get that. That's what I wanted them to do, though. I wanted to see them build this. So now can you do it? Okay, it's as simple as that then. There's no building required between these. You just connect the tracks directly, but only the track builders can do it. That was the thing that I was missing. Okay. You'll allow that to happen then. Is there any... Yeah, okay. It's a shame that you can't build the metro without having an above ground connection, though. I mean, I think fundamentally, I think you should be able to. Somebody else left a comment as well on the last stream. I never remember the names off the top of my head. I'm sorry if that's you. Talking about how real subways, real metros are created, and how, like, pretty much none of them have a connection above ground when they're made. That they're all built below ground, and they're actually lowered down. All the tools and the hardware and stuff to do that is lowered down big work shafts, so that you don't need to, for example, have an above ground connection to get them in there. I thought that was interesting. Also, a TV station needs built. Hello, experts. We'll build the TV station too. Okay, so let's get boats. We're just gonna use the shipping dock right here. This is the dock that I was going to use. We also would want to have fuel delivered to this location. There's a fuel input here, and so we'll want to have fuel source. I'm gonna say it's right here for now. I think I can fit that like this. I think this will be okay, and then underground pipe from here to here. Yeah, that should be good enough. Good. And then all we need to do now is tell this to fill that and keep fuel in this, and that will provide fuel to the boats. So that'll be a fuel station for that. So once this thing has fuel accessible, boats will be able to use it, and everything will be great. We're not going to bother with fuel here because we're just going to have boats originate here for now. And then this side, we're not going to have any fuel connected here, so the boats will have to fill up their fuel source before they get here, which is fine because it's just going to go from here to there anyway. So the ship dock, if we were building our own ships, right? Hypothetically, if we were building our own ships, people would come here to work, right? So we would have to buy a blueprint for that too. We have passenger ships and cargo ships. This seems pretty cool. The project. It's a Ukrainian boat that has color options. I'm always a big fan of boats with color options. And in fact, I think it might be the only boat that you can build that has a color option. Yep. So that's pretty cool. Has different skins. So let's, hypothetically, we buy this license. We would be able to construct this. And each boat would require 14 tons of steel, 4.5 tons of mechanical components, barely any plastic or electrical components, and a lot of fabric. So these are fairly small boats, only 14 tons of steel. These are really small boats. And they're meant for as passenger boats, and 644 workdays. We could reasonably create these. So hypothetically, let's say we created a couple of those project boats. I don't want to see the different skins they have too. So let's say we created a couple of them. Here they are. Right? Got a couple of different color combos. Right? They're pretty, like, small boats. You know, they are. And then what we would do is we could just say that we want to have a stop here at this station, pick up workers, and take them over to here. And then these workers will work at the heating plant here, as well as in this area to create boats, to make boats, right? So if we were to do that, the boat would leave. And one of the things I did want to see from this experiment is whether the boats will go under the bridge. Now, I'm sure this one will, because it's a very small boat. But will the very big boats do it as well? So that's the other thing to test. I want to buy a really big boat. They give me the biggest boat. You got the Pride. It's a gigantic oil tanker that can handle 19,000 tons of fuel. It's pretty big. The height's 37 meters. So this is the biggest boat at 42 meters high. And I feel like that is going to be too big to go underneath that bridge. I don't think I can. I don't think it's 42 meters high. I'm pretty sure it can't clear underneath this. But I'm thinking the Sophia class tanker can at 37 meters. I just want to know. I just want to know. So what we'll do is this to find out. First, we need to cheat ourselves some more money because I have spent it all on lots of things. So we'll cheat ourselves a little bit more money. We're going to get planes going too, just so I can see Disney. That's going to be tomorrow, not tomorrow, Friday. We're going to spend Friday with Disney, airports. I'm going to set up what I thought was going to be Uranium Town tomorrow, just to kind of see what that is. It's obviously not current plans, but I'll give you kind of an idea of what I was thinking about with Uranium Town anyway. And we'll set up an airport over there too, just so we can have planes going back and forth. Realistically, I would have been providing all of the labor in Uranium Town, I think, with local town labor. But yeah, and then I don't exactly know where nuclear power would have been. Realistically, I probably could have put nuclear power right by the cargo yard, the big shipping yard, since everything's coming through there anyway. But that would just mean that Opexki now has to provide workers for nuclear, which could have worked. I think over time could have worked, but it, yeah. Anyway, so let's find the big boat. So that is the big boat. I think despite it being nighttime, I think you can see the clear difference in size and scale between these two boats. Certainly a difference in its size, definitely. So what I want to do with this, I'm going to come over to my cargo yard. Since this is an oil tanker anyway, we're going to auto purchase fuel here. Now I could redirect it, of course, but we're going to have auto purchase fuel in that particular one. This cargo harbor, now in order to, this is to refuel the tanker. In order to actually provide the fuel for this that the tanker is going to ship, I would need to have one of these. And so I can place one of these here just as an example. I can place one of these here. And this is going to send oil into this cargo yard. And we'll go ahead and auto purchase fuel here too. Again, just to see the boat work. I just want to see the boat operate. Okay. So what we're going to do hypothetically, let's say we're making a lot of oil here. The time has passed. Opexki has grown really big. We've got 500 workers here consistently, constantly pushing out tons of fuel. That fuel is full. We've got fuel into here just fine. All the other things is fueled up. The train has brought it over here, and that doesn't need to run all the time. Okay, so fuel, we've given it like 15 years of development, and now fuel is running. Now what we want to do? Well, we have extra, so make sure we're sending it to export. So we would also have off of this connection right here. This is the connection that was supposed to go for this. This connection would kick out and go that way underneath all of this, because this is all above ground pipes. At least it was until I had to retrofit it. So, but yeah, so this is all going to go underneath all of this. It'd pop itself up over here, right? And then this pipe would run with pumps or whatever all the way into another tank assortment. Lots and lots of storage over here for all sorts of things, because it's a cargo harbor. But we'd have lots and lots of tanks that are storing our excess fuel generation so that we can constantly process the oil. And so this would be essentially ready to ship a whole bunch of fuel, okay? So what we would want to do is we'd have a tanker. This big tanker, your job would be to come to this pumping harbor. You would load fuel here and wait until loaded. That's fine. And then you would send it to the border with the hope that you would send it this way to the border. Now, perhaps you would send it... I think you have to go this way. Yeah, I mean, you could technically go this way, right? We could do this now because of this bridge, right? So because I've made this channel, the boat, I think that tanker boat could technically go through here now and get around it. So this would have worked anyway. All I had to do is clear this. But just to make sure, just to see whether or not it could reach, we're going to add a buoy. And we're going to add a buoy like right about here. All right, and these little buoys, these serve as waypoints in the water. So what I would want to do is I would add this waypoint between the cargo harbor and this. So in other words, the boat now has to go underneath this to get there. Now, maybe it doesn't, actually. Maybe it would go around, go this way, tag up, and then turn around. I suppose it's possible that it does that. So just to really drive in that I want that to happen, we're going to put another buoy on this side. So now it hits this buoy, and then it's being told to hit this one. And I will know whether or not this bridge is too tall based on what this boat does. So we're going to have this boat, this massive tanker, is now going to go along the water. I get regular eyeball injections that are great fun. I'm good though. Played a great gig this afternoon, and I'm now chilling and enjoying the stream. Cool. Played a bit. Uh-oh. How come you can't? Is this too shallow for you or what? Oh, maybe it's this boat. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. So this boat's got to wait for that boat. Well, that's not great. All right, so the shipping lane this thing is taking is very strange too. It's zigging and zagging all over the place. Seems to be hell-bent on staying left. Okay, I want to follow this boat instead. So this would be a very big traffic area, and we would most likely want to clear this out. So I think for future boats, yeah, for future shipping routes and stuff, maybe making the river a lot wider would be a good idea. I think that would be the best idea. We're also going to go ahead and get one of these Sophia class. Nope, it's containers. I'm looking for container ships. Yeah, so I think this one. This is an open hull ship that I want. This one. So for our nuclear fuel and moving around nuclear, hang on. Now you can go in there. Yep. So tunnel bore. Right? Tunnel boring machine. And of course, our construction trains are disrupting our rail network once more. Always count on them. Glad I can always count on you to do that for me. So is the tunnel boring happening here? Yep, there it is. So they can reach that. So that's it. They basically just changed it to where you just connect these two tracks together. All right, that's way better. I don't need a building. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Anyway, so for my nuclear fuel stuff that I was going to do, and I'll probably touch on this tomorrow. By tomorrow, I mean Friday, of course, for the finale stream. This is the boat that would be doing that. It would be loading containers, and the container, this would become a big container ship. And it would be moving the UF6 in containers between one place to another. So we'll take a look at that later, too, when we build the uranium mining town. Should I use the same names in my next playthrough as I did here? Like, I kind of like Opexki. That was a cool name. I kind of like Charlabinsk. We've had a Charlabinsk in both of the other series, so I don't know why I don't do it now. Same thing. Could be the same thing. I don't think it was my my main city before. Look at that. Coming in with a sunrise and everything. That's super cool. So this now has no fuel, right? It's empty tank, but you should be able... Oh, it doesn't have a power supply. That is required, isn't it? Yep. All right. Well, we'll just have a power supply given to these buildings here. We'll say these ones and these ones like this. For now. Whatever. And then, I don't know. Let's just run... No? I already connected all these up. Right. Okay, then. Well, this never fails. Never fails. Never, ever fails. So silly. Obviously, I would never have it be in these locations, but I'm just trying to get it to work right now. Okay, so you connect there, you connect there. You'll connect there. They're all hooked up now. And then 4 to there. And then like this. And like this. Okay, you all have power now. So that means this can now refuel itself. Which is brilliant. Look at how much fuel it uses too. Holy crap. It's gonna have a big... It's big, man. I want to know why it's not loading its cargo, though. Perhaps a pumping harbor is not the correct harbor for this. Perhaps it's the cargo harbor. No, I thought for sure a pumping harbor is what oil tankers use. Could have swore that's how that goes. There it goes. Okay. It has to fully refuel itself with 93,600 liters of fuel. Wowzers. And then as we pull fuel to load this, right, we're also buying it. So that's just going to eat into our money. But let's just see what this will do now. Assume that we are selling the fuel. You do not have to wait until you are loaded. Okay, you're not going to go. Interesting. I'll just wait till you're loaded, I guess. Here, I'll tell you to load like 30%, 10%. 10%. 10% is not there yet. 10% is actually a lot. 0, there you go. Now you can go. All right. So we will let this thing travel and see which way it's going to go. I want to see if it can get under that bridge. Aw, Karen Glad's school got destroyed from a fire. And it's just down the street from a fire department. It has 1 vehicle. And nobody working there? For real? No, let's not do the auto purchase. I have the logistics for this. Not doing auto purchase. Well, it's too late now, isn't it? It's already got it, but we just connect this to here. It's already there. It's just the missing of vehicles. It's not fuel. I think it's just the vehicle problem. Whatever, you got vehicles now. I don't want to hear any complaining. You also have one of these. Because, why not? You have one of these now. Temperature in the building is too low. Did I lose all my people in this city? Everybody moved out. Karen Glad has no people. What happened to Karen Glad's people? What happened to all the people? We had like 5,000 people here. Where'd they go? Did they die while I was messing with other things? Where did they go? Place is a freaking ghost town now. I don't understand, man. We had a ton of people. Here, let's get a ton more. Because they're super cheap, right? Obviously. Probably didn't have enough jobs. Got tired of waiting around for the trains. I can understand that. All right, good. Boom. We have citizens now. That was really weird. Not sure how that happened, but whatever. We have citizens now. Oh, that looks pretty cool. They pass right by each other like that. That's pretty sick. This one's got 247 workers. Hello, oil. I just want to see the oil tanker. I'm sorry. I'm distracted. This massive, massive boat. I just want to see it go under that bridge. That's it. Then I can know that the plan would have worked. This boat can go under the bridge. It would have worked anyway. I just get a smaller boat. It's fine. A smaller boat would have been half the price. I could have got 2 of them. It's fine. It's only shipping the extra fuel anyway. I say stick with the same names, but Opexki was my suggestion, as was Disneygrad, so I am biased. I like Opexki. If we have a dedicated oil fuel town, I'm going to name it that. And it's very likely that we will, right? Because you have to remember, I'm seeing lights flickering over there in the distance. You see that? There's lights flickering over there. We don't have coal workers? I don't see smoke coming out of the coal plant, so that's probably why. There's no passengers on the ship. Passengers are permitted now. Congratulations! You may all work on the boat if you choose. Oh, it's gonna be a wonderful day. You can all work on the boat now. Seriously, get people in these buildings. Come on. Give me immigrants. Come on, immigrants. Come on over here. You can walk to the TV station. See? You can work at the TV station. It's fine. We'll let all this happen, and then cultural enjoyment, enthusiasm for alcohol. It's all this. Anti-religious propaganda. We're not having an effect on them. We have terrible ratings right now. There we go. Now we can start influencing them. Yes. Distract them with much cultural influence. Okay. So I want to see the boats. I want to see boats working here. I'm going to have the route that you're taking. Where's that boat? Right here. The route that you're taking, I'm going to have that on this boat as well. Doesn't look like it's going to allow me to space them out. Yeah, they don't get spaced out. So I actually want you to go here first. That way you'll get spaced out. Okay. Oh! It's turning around. Oh, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit under the bridge. Damn it. That's a shame. That's a shame. So now it's going to go around. I mean, it would still work, right? It could use this side. It'll go through the narrow channel here and then pop out here and then go all the way this way, which goes around that bridge and then into here. So we know that this boat won't fit under the bridge. It's the tallest boat in the game, so that's not going to happen. We know that. But what about a smaller boat? What about a smaller oil tanker, for example? So go cargo ships, and we have one that is... This is 37 meters high. Okay? So with 37 meters high... Wow, this one looks really cool, though, not it? I like the way this one looks better than the other one. That looks awesome. I want the same route. Your route. Same route, okay? Let's see what this looks like. Higher bridge. So this is the highest I could go with this bridge. I could not raise it any higher. And when I look at my tools for measurement, it's showing me a 37 meter height when I look at this. So I'm thinking the 37 meter boat also can't go under it, because it looks to me like that's the same height as that boat. Right? That would make sense to me, because it says 37. So if I wanted to have this boat, which is 37 meters high, I don't know if the height is the height of the boat or the height of the bridge that's required in order for it to pass underneath it. Because it doesn't specifically say that distinction. Is the height that it says the height that the bridge needs to be, or is that the height of the boat? So I want to test that. So that's a 37 meter high boat. And then this one here is 37 as well. So let's buy one that's a little bit less than that. We'll say a cargo ship that is, this one is 28. The Frida. So this is a 28 high one instead of 37. So you can see a little higher here, right? Couldn't you just put the antenna on the back? Anyway, so this is, again, a different boat that can do different things. So what I would do here, just to test this out, this actually looks pretty cool from a distance. Like from up high, when it's not nighttime. Tunnel it is then. You know, that's true. Because the boat is able to go over top of this. Right? It had no problems going over top of this. I mean, that's a statement right there. The boat is over top of the train right now. The boat is over the train. So that is... It's got no problem going underneath this. So, yeah. Tunnels it is, man. That's... Tunnels it is. But doesn't this look awesome? This looks like a really... I mean, obviously it's polluting, but it looks like a really cool setup here. Now, we're not making any more chemicals because we don't have water coming in, and also I don't believe we have any wood either. Not really, but gravel is full, crops is full. All good things, all good things. And then oil is not full yet. So, you know, I have to see about that. Maybe I will limit the number of workers in here to 25. And that way, maybe the oil will catch up. And we could see if this actually does supply it. Because I'm actually not convinced that it does. Here's the distribution office. Picking up more and bringing it to the unloader. There it goes. It's providing fuel to all of our people. So we know that works. That was never a question. I already knew that worked. But so that tanker went around through the channel. Aw, man. Can I see it? I wanted to see it go through there. Can you turn around and go back to this stop instead? It's going to need to refuel anyway. It's running out of fuel. Running all through here and everything. I want to see those boats go through the channel. And actually, I would really like to see if two boats can pass each other in this. Whether this is wide enough for two boats to pass each other. Totally would not be approaching it at this sharp of an angle. You definitely want to be out here, buddy. Uh-huh. Also, how's that channel look? It kind of looks like concrete, doesn't it? I mean, it's certainly wavy and it's not at all flat, but hey, I made it look like concrete at least on that side. You know? Oh, yeah. I mean, again, I have to make it flat, but other than the flatness, that looks pretty good. I think I could definitely make that an effect through a channel or something in another map. I think that would work really well. You just paint it like an airplane road. And you can do that. You can do that in realistic mode right away too. It's just painting. It's not real. You don't have to construct that. Are you not able to fill up? Oh, there it goes. Do we not have any wind? What's the dealio, eh? Again, none of these would actually be this way. Wow. I don't care. Oh yeah, you can pull on the other side. Yeah, both sides work. Suck on that, Transport Fever 2. I didn't have to tell them which side to do it. They were just smart enough to do it. How about that one? Which game's smarter now? Yeah, so I think we're going to do tunnels all the time, no bridges. No. I like the look of the bridge, though. I do. I like that look of the bridge. And the skyline, looking at this, like, you know, I like that look. I think that looks pretty sweet. Yeah. Especially once we get planes moving through here and stuff. That's going to be cool. Metro, right? We want the metro station to provide workers for coal, too. So, I think I'm ready to get my metro on in here. And the metro station was going to be, has to be very specifically placed to reach both of these. Because this building, the walking path on this side for this building, okay, it is... That's 75 meters right there. So 75 meters right there we need to make sure that there's no more than, like, say, 380 meters between the station and this in every direction. So from here to... I guess it'd be this one, right? Yeah, you're not going to let me go under, so tunnel it is. It's the answer to everything. It's the answer to absolutely everything. There's nothing that you can't solve with a tunnel. It's just... it's too good. I think tunnels need to be nerfed. Too strong. Over the air, though, these two are 382 meters. Yes! 380 meters. Yes! Which means I can put my metro station here, and they can get there no matter what. So, metro station will go right here. So we'll say that the metro station... I really don't need to have the entrance, but we're going to do it anyway. Right. Come on. It needs to come from that side and from that side. That's the problem, so... should be good enough, I think. The metro station was there. Then they can come out of here like that. You can also go over to a tunnel. Which would be, I think, over here for now. The walking paths for this stuff is all really far away, so... is what it is. And then underground tunnel. Well, the pipes, the sewage system. There we go. That works for me. So there's our metro station for this entire area here, okay? And so the next thing for this is to, you know, again, I want to just make sure that everything works, right? The next thing to do here is to make sure that everything just works. Missing resource oil, says the game. I would look at that urgently. You haven't been here for a while, have you? Nice to see development here, even if not always positive. Everything is positive. I love this game. Everything is positive. Every problem is just fun to deal with. I'm finding every problem fun to deal with. Yeah, I don't care about any of these warnings. I'm testing the systems that would have been in effect had we continued. Are you... wait, it's choosing to go this direction, you guys. So I think that's what this is. That's what I was interested in. Is the height of the boat the actual height of the boat, or is that the height at which your bridge needs to be in order for the boat to go under it? That's what I wanted to know. And so this is a closer path. So if the boat can go this way, it will go this way. And it looks like it's choosing to do this. I don't have the waypoints anymore. So it's choosing to go this way. Oh, I'm excited. That's exciting. It's quite exciting. Not as exciting as all the fuel you're buying. That's still not... No, it's not. You need 1,900 tons to be 10% full. That's wild. All right, what's going on with trains here? All right, so this is what I wanted to know. Gravel train is stuck here because it showed up. Yep, okay. It showed up right when the distribution train decided to show up, and now everybody is stopped. Okay. That's what I wanted to know, if that was going to be a problem or not. So what I have to have happen is distribution office, gravel train. Yeah, so the gravel train needs to stop. This can be solved. It sucks, but you would have to solve this by having this entire thing here be the intersection. That would solve all the problem. So the bridge is now a part of the intersection. And with that being the case, we should now see, if I bring the distribution train back home, we should see this problem never occur again. The only problem with it now is, again, like, this bridge is now a part of that. But like, gravel train is super long, man. Oh my god. A crossing behind the bricks train would solve it too. A crossing behind the bricks train. What? Ooh, I can't do that. You mean back here? I can't do that. It's too tight to do that. All right, what are you waiting for? There's no one in the area, bro. There's nobody here. Not sure what you're waiting for. Proceed. Ah. That'll do it. My bad. Yeah, it's still better. That would do it. Same thing with this. Like that. Missing resource, oil. Oh my gosh, we're missing oil. Oh my gosh. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone calm down. Calm down. It's gonna be fine. I don't care about your oil problems. Take your oil problems somewhere else. I have no idea where all my citizens went in this city. They couldn't have died. Like, they have infinite resources. They shouldn't have died, so unclear. They must have just left because they didn't have work or something. Like, it had to be that. It had to be something that had to do with work. Yeah, this thing totally went under that bridge, see? It definitely went under the bridge. So that takes care of it, man. This is the height of the bridge, not the height of the boat. It will only go under a bridge of this height or more. Okay, so if there's ever a way to get 42 meters high, that's a really tall bridge. 42 meters up? That bridge is insanely high. How tall are How high up are like notable bridges in the world? Like what about the like Golden Gate Bridge? Like how high is it above the water? Like I don't want to know the pillars. Above water is 67 meters. Wow. That's taller than I thought it was. I'd never seen it. That's taller than I thought it was. So Golden Gate is way high. That's probably not even the highest bridge either. But it cheats because it's a suspension bridge. There needs to be suspension bridges in the game. I think if we added suspension bridges, everything would be awesome. All right, let's go ahead and complete Le Metro, because I want to see the metro running too. I want to see this metro running, all right? So we're gonna complete this now. We are gonna complete the metro. All right, and then we're going to have the metro also. Oh, that's another thing. How would you buy metro ships or metro trains? How would you buy those trains at a border connection? Can they travel on regular rails to get there? They'd have to, right? How would they do that? They'd have to, right? I'm gonna have to switch back to realistic and check that. I gotta see how that works before I do anything. I gotta know. I want the metro tunnel. Okay, you're gonna travel from here. And I feel like I wanna make this different here. I wanna make this different. I wanna make this like this. Oh, and I didn't flip this. Yeah, trains are keeping right now. I didn't flip this. I need to flip that. I need the trains to keep the right direction. Damn. Okay. So the metro train, just because I'm curious if it works this way. Metro tunnel. We're gonna take this around. This is the, yeah, traveling this direction side. I think I should probably have. Nah, let's do this. Let's do this from this side. So you have to remember, trains are keeping. I can't get it to do what I want. Yeah, like that. Eh. It did the top. Well, it did it right before the freaking crash, though, I guess. Oh, Floodland has an update. Huh. Floodland hotfix. Cool. Maybe I'll take a look at that again. I don't know. I have too many games to play. I'm going to do a series on Espresso Tycoon. And I was just sent a game about another builder game about like a doomsday bunker builder game. I want to take a look at that too. I think too. Well, who wants to build a doomsday bunker? Yeah. Same problem if you build your own metro trains. How do they get from factory to metro station? Yeah, I don't know. Are they allowed to travel on normal rails, right? I mean, they're allowed to travel above ground, but are they allowed to travel above... Oh, this is before I did this. Yeah, so we want to do this. And then, yeah, it's already fixed. I just needed to get that out of the way. So once gravel goes, then everything's fine. So metro, we're going to swap this, right? We want to swap this. Come on. I think this is slow, but like later on, I'm gonna think that's stupid fast. Like that's gonna make me... I'm gonna be much more appreciative of the deconstruction pretty soon. Okay, metro is getting built. So what I want to do, come over here again, do this again. We build the metro. I need just enough room here to where I can place signals. There, and then I'm hoping I can get underneath this. I think that's enough room to do it. Well, you thought wrong, champ. That's enough room. Got it. Alright, that'll give me the tunnels to get where I need to go. Okay. I want to test my metro. It was gonna be like 15 years until I had this thing, but now we're gonna see it happen today. Also, how do I provide power to the metro? Does the building provide power to the metro, or do I have to have a rail connection? Like how do I connect power to... here it is. Underground railroad electric connection. Oh, shit. Okay. Good. That's what I needed. I need one of these. Yep, that's how you do it. Okay. So we'll have one of these, and that'll be right here. Nope. It needs to be keeping left. Flip it. Flip it good. Okay. Glad I thought of that. Otherwise, I'd have been like, why isn't it working? Okay, there's my metro for that way, and then you're gonna go this direction. This building in the way. Now, what building would that be? We must go deeper. Maybe that will work for the other one too. Damn. It's not an exact science here. There it goes. Just needed to go a little bit wider. I want to see how that angle is. That's fine. And then to there. Okay, so that takes care of that one. And then I want this side to wrap around and get connected over here. Like that. And that's my loop. So we're gonna go down a little bit here. Damn. Just not letting me do it. This metro is so expensive. I mean, I can understand why, but it's just... I just can't make these tracks. It's like it's things like these pipes are all in the way, right? I need to get around these pipes and the tunnels and all these other things that I've put underground. Can't put everything underground. There, I got around those. That's cool. So from this side, I also want to have a power connection to provide power for the metro lines. So we're going to want to do that probably... Let's see, so this is coming from here. Yeah, it comes from here. So probably want to do that. Oh, really? Shit. All right, well, luckily we're not in realistic mode anymore. If you happen to be just joining us, I wanted you to understand what we're doing. This is the final week for this series, and because it's the final week, I wanted to abandon realistic mode for a bit to see whether or not the plans that I had would actually work. Right? The things that I was looking to accomplish over time, would they actually work? And so that is what we're doing right now. I'm testing those out to see if they would work. And man, getting through all the water system and everything, that's a real chore. You got to go really low to get there. You can do it, you just have to get really low. And we're through. All right. That gets me through there. And then to connect this walkway, though, that's the hard part. How do I get that walkway? So we have the entrance. And now we just need the pedestrian tunnel from this entrance. So this entrance is going to have to go really low to get underneath the subway. And then up. Yep. That's how you have to do that. You need them to go under the trains. But that does work. Because we don't have an entrance, right? The other side. And then we can also have maybe these guys. They can get an entrance too. To the subway. So we could have this tunnel come around like this. Wow, that is... I almost feel like I could have better luck going up. Can't go up. I have to go down. You just have to get really low. There it goes. That would work. So now we get tunnels on both sides, and that connects every side up to this metro. So now we can enable, if we want to, passengers to be going there too. And then that would take them around. Now I've got the tracks are not complete yet. So we need a connection for power. And I'm thinking probably we do that. Where's my metro lines? Right here? Yeah, right here. It's taking a while to build them, isn't it? We'll probably be able to get to this point, I would think. I would hope we could get to this point. So now we need a... Where'd it go? Oh, right there. Something like that. And then the metro lines would go... Again, with this having to go underneath existing infrastructure stuff. Say what, man, building down, it would take so long to build this. Like, this would be this would be end game stuff here, right? What we're doing, it seems simple, you know? Like, oh, it's just a train track, but it's so much more than that. It's so much more complicated than just a train track. This would take a very long time to build in realistic mode. It's an unreasonable amount of time to build. You would just choose not to build it, I think. I think that would be... That's the ultimate solution right there. Is just choose life, okay? Just choose life and don't build this. Because holy crap, would this take forever. Why? There it goes. I was like, why can't I do this? Some kind of infrastructure in the way there. So one side of the track will dip a little bit here and the other doesn't. But that is the metro line completed. That is a completed metro loop. Indeed. A train can now go from... Eventually, it will be able to go to Disney, too. It just can't do that yet. So at the moment, a train can now go from... whenever Disney is, airport, Carengrad, across this to Charlebinsk, and then to Srnakova East, back to Carengrad, then the airport, etc. So you can have now trains that are looping through all this, and then another train that does the exact opposite with that route. That's possible because of this junction. So this junction is going to need signaling. course, which I'm pretty sure I can do on here. I had enough room to do that here. What I was hoping for anyway. So there. And there's not enough room to do it here. So in the future, I need to remember to do this a little bit better. But is it possible to do signals underground? Can I? Yes, I can do signals underground. Okay. So I can do signals back here then. Right? Or no? Can I do signals? Ooh, perhaps not. Ooh, perhaps not. What about making the metro an elevated track, or would that clash too much with roads and city centers? I don't believe it would clash if you planned ahead for it, right? If you plan ahead for this stuff, it can work. I mean, take a look at this, right? There's not a whole lot of clashing going on here. It actually looks like a very busy place. It's actually pretty cool, right? But attempting to put one of these in an existing location that wasn't meant for it would be so excruciatingly expensive in your time and resources. You'd have to rebuild so much stuff. And if it's a critical area that needs lots of traffic for everything to function, then just forget about it, man. Forget about it. So I can't do signals on this. That sucks. So that means this thing is going to be... Yeah, I can't put signals on the metro. So how do they not hit each other? I mean, you just have one that's going this direction and one that's going the other way. If they never... I mean, why would they hit each other? I guess you have to think about that. Why would they hit each other? This one's going to go use this track. Nobody's using this track. Or are they? Yeah. You know what? That's just something I would save for later. Okay, if that's a problem, I'll think about later. All right. And I'll probably just build it next time with, you know, without any intersections like this. You know, once it's built, then cool. A portion of the metro needs to be above ground. Then that's where I'll make my track builders and all that. I'll just have them go in there from there, right? Isn't that how catastrophes start? There's no way that would happen. I mean, if I only have one metro train, or if I have only one route that's in a loop, then they'll never hit each other. They'll always be on another side of the track, right? Like, let's say I'm going this way. We wouldn't. We would go this way. So the train in this intersection, in that instance, one train would be heading like this on this track and be crossing this way. The other one would be coming in here and crossing this way. So in other words, this track and this entire metro line is a complete waste because we'd never use it. And same thing with this one here. We'd never use it. So you'd never have any connection issues there. If I only had one route and a bunch of trains on that loop, it would be fine. It's when I want to have trains going the opposite direction as well. I want them to go backwards to give people options. Otherwise, if you're sitting here waiting at this metro station, you only have one direction you can go. So if you want to go to the airport from here, what a drag. You can't take the metro from the airport to here. Well, I guess you could. In this instance, you can. Yeah, in this side you can, because the loop goes from here to it goes from Disney being the end station, and then it would go from here to here, there, back to here, and then over. And so this would be like the only station that actually has that ability. That and the airport has the ability to go both directions, but everywhere else can't. To where I would like to, you know, have multiple trains heading multiple directions and stuff. So, yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. Right now, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to figure out how to get metro trains. How do we get them here? That's the next thing to figure out. How do we get them on the metro track? And actually, before I can do that, I also need to provide power to the metro. And so that's going to happen with this connection. Like that provides power to those tracks. I think we would probably want... I want some supplemental power from the wind turbines too, so I'll bring this over. There. Now we have grid power and wind power connected there. Then over here, we'll have grid power. Right, this is grid. Yeah, this is... What is this? Yeah, this is grid. I think my power transformers, because I do like having a diverse power grid. I think my power transformers, though, I'm going to rename them in the future to either... I guess we can go with G for grid and W for wind. I suppose I can do an S for solar later, too. Grid power can just be connected to grid. It doesn't... Like, all the places. But I feel like it's probably a good idea to separate the sources of power that I have. And so you wouldn't want to have like a switch that has power coming in from the coal and from the gas. Like, you don't need that. I think separating them in the future is a good idea. Especially when it comes to like one of them is producing, let's say 6, and my coal is producing, 18. And let's say that side of the town, it needs 12, but I've only got a line that can do, 13 because it needs 12. There's a situation there where like I can't push enough power through the switch from the one side to help it out. I don't know. There might be I might be just talking nonsense now, but I'm trying to figure out if there's any situation where I wouldn't want to have coal and everything else like connected together. But for renewables, that's definitely renewables definitely has that problem. Okay, all this is electric now. We don't actually need... Yeah, I need this. If I'm going to have my metro trains reach the spot and start their loop, this has to be electric as well. So all of this has to be electric. See if that matters at all. This right here shouldn't matter anymore just because I'm not building it. I'm going to get rid of this. That should turn that orange. Okay, and then get rid of this. There, that's orange. Good. Okay, so how do we get metro trains to start their route, right? So I'm going to turn realism back on, which actually is going to end up killing a lot of people. Probably, because we can no longer auto-purchase. This will no longer be auto-purchased. So all of these things are going to need to actually run now. But just for the sake of trying to figure out how to get it to work, right? Let's say I want to purchase a metro train from this long train depot. Is there any way to do that? It doesn't look like it. Okay, so I can't purchase it from that. Is there a separate depot for metro trains? There's a metro ground level end station. Oh, I think that's what you need. A metro ground level end station. Yeah, this is what you need. This is what it is. Now I remember. Metro ground level end station. Okay. This is how you get your tracks in. Your metro trains in. You use one of these bad boys, I think. I think. Metro on that side. Right? And then regular railway on this side. Nope. Did we already try this before? We might have already tried this before. Metro ground level end station. Metro end station. Metro railway end station. I have no idea what you're supposed to use. We'll try this then. We'll just say metro train to here. Let's connect all these tracks. Let's turn that back on really quick. See if I can build this really quick. Make this work. Variable time, fixed time. Oh, hey, that's interesting. So you use the end stations to space out the routes. Is that how that works? You have all the metro trains will get to the end station, and then they'll sit at the end station and then go back at a time interval. And then they can wait around in here. That's interesting. I never thought about that, but that makes sense. Right? That makes sense. Like Chicago. O'Hare. O'Hare is a subway or a metro end station. All the trains end there. And I'm always seeing, like, they're just sitting there doing nothing. And I'm wondering, I bet that's probably it. Is there Russians here? Cool game, 300 hours played. It's a pity that it was blocked by... Is it really blocked by Russia? They really blocked this game? Like, the world has gone to shit, man. People are canceling video games. Something's got to go. Something's got to really give here, man. Sooner or later, these kids are going to realize how silly they are. And by kids, I mean the Russian government, apparently. We're gonna put these two in and build them just to provide power to this area so I know what the heck I need to do. And then once those are built, okay, so now I'm gonna go back, turn this back on. Let's see how we can get, how in the world do we get metro trains in here, all right? How do we get them? So, it's not the ground station. Let's try to buy them from here. Maybe it will let me buy them from here. Metro. Okay. So I can buy metro trains from the customs house. Okay. Hi, Dan. How are you? Thank you for the 2 years in the Hat House. I appreciate you. How are you today? It's probably blocked in Russia because it doesn't portray the USSR as something glorious. But this is glorious. What's wrong with this? This is a glorious republic. Metro trains. So it looks like the most we can ever do is 525, which is not going to be necessary. Most likely I would be starting with the 189 ones later on, but that's only 60 kilometers per hour. Looks like the fastest they'll ever go is 80. They're not bad though. Like 562 for something that hauls 525 passengers. I mean, $1 per passenger is pretty good at 80 kilometers an hour for the price. Pretty much $1 per passenger. I mean, you compare that to the train sets, like, not even remotely close. Not $1 per passenger, sorry. 1,000 per passenger. is pretty good. Almost 1,000 per passenger. You compare that to the train sets, and it's just like absolutely disgusting. So I kind of like the tram. Just you pay a lot more to build this, and these trains are slower, but I think they're also a lot weaker, so they take less power too. So let's buy these bright blue ones. I like it. All right, if we buy these two big blue ones here, we are in realistic. Yes, yes, okay. So we now have two trains that are in here. All right, now where do they go? They need a depot. They absolutely need a depot. So maybe it's not the end station. Maybe it isn't the end station after all. Pull this back. Try the depot again. It's possible that that still is it. Train depot. Simple train depot. Couldn't just flip it around to have the road connection work? Okay. For real. All right, let's see if this fixes it. Okay, go back to enable. Okay, the only thing we've changed since enabling and disabling realism mode, right? The only thing we've changed, look at the expenses, it's crazy, is we've made this a regular train depot now. So can these guys get there? Can you get there without going on a metro track? Seems like it. Vehicle is transporting. View the area. No, conflict exists here. So I don't get it. It's all electric. All of this is electric. It's all electric. I didn't miss any of it. So it can't reach the target. Does it need to be loaded on a flatbed? Well, it can't be because 96 tons. Delivered to customs house to sell at full price. I mean, I can deliver it with a cargo ship, but how do I get this stupid thing to come here? It won't, because it's not a metro line. I have to have it be a metro track. It won't go on a normal track, right? That's what I was suspecting. I was always suspecting that it wouldn't do that. And like, you go like this, you can't add a metro track here either. So I would have to go like this and then, you know, metro line here, but you still can't do that because they won't come out. So how the hell do you get a metro train in here? This needs to be easier. This needs to be figured out before I start, because like I want to design with the metro in mind eventually to have a metro, and I have no idea how to get the train to the station. There doesn't seem to be a way to move it. You have to buy it at the customs house, right? Realism is on. Yes. You buy the Metro here. So it's here. Metro engine has to be towed to Metro station. Metro has to be towed. Towed. Okay. So I would tell my ship here. I would tell my tower here to come here and grab the train. Okay, trains. And unload them to just the road depot. Or just the regular train depot. Is that the idea? Let's find out. Diesel train, away! We'll tow the... I never thought about towing an engine, so that's interesting. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Normal locomotive to tow Metro to depot. Okay. We're gonna figure this out. I like that highway interchange. It's working out pretty good too. There's another like little gamey sort of road building tip that I've seen recently. That supposedly, I don't remember her name. Kaya Maya, I think was her name. That sounds familiar. She had this tip about... That looks really interesting, doesn't it? It's all shaky and everything. She had this tip about making roads and how to make the intersections to where cars don't slow down in those intersections. I don't know if I'll be employing it because it feels like another one of those things where, like, I want to say, I like to use the term gamey. It definitely works. It just feels like one of those things that I don't like that this thing is on the wrong side of the tracks, but I didn't give it a way to turn around, so there's that. I may do it and I may not, I guess. I don't tend to do things that are unrealistic, but they work for video games, so I do it anyway. Those types of things is what I would normally call gamey. Okay, so it says the train's waiting too long. I'm not sure why. Well, this is... engaged rail track further away. Like... You don't have any power. God damn it. Like, seriously, why is it so difficult to keep this up? Because Coal Train isn't delivering coal anymore. Coal Train stopped delivering coal. Why did Coal Train stop delivering coal? Is it because of Gravel Train again? No, here's the coal. It's coming. No, it's not. It's because we're low on power. Well, if you would just simply deliver the coal, you wouldn't have a power problem, would you? Why are we missing oil here? Also, that sewage tank never got built. That's interesting. No, I got realism back on. What's going on there? Why is this... Did I not fully connect this again? Totally did. Source is not sending resources. Buildings without power. Y'all don't make sense, okay? You hear me? You don't make sense. It's because I've added too many things, right? This is what happens. You know, I've added too many things without that slow expansion. That's something that happens. Like, slow expansion is really helpful. Because you can get stability and then expand into stability as opposed to being like, I want this and this and this and this and this. And then you end up with, you know, instability. So this isn't a problem with my build. It's a problem with my build and then switching to an environment where I don't have to wait for it anymore. So everything was scaling really well before, and not so much anymore. So now we have power supply problems everywhere. This is why you put like supplemental wind in places. If we could just get oil, then everything will work out. All right, begin. Pump jacks, do your thing. Can we actually see it now? We're sending. 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 Good. Sending. Excellent. That gives us power enough to power the trains. Then coal train. So, what did we learn? We learned that coal train should not be electric. The train that's taking the supply for your power plant should not be electric. Clearly a problem there. So we shouldn't do that. We learned how metro trains need to be done, which is a little bit confusing, but figured it out eventually. And then now I should be able to give it a route. At this point, I should be able to get a route. So I would say I want you to go, we'll start here. Of course, turning around is a very different thing, but if there's only one, maybe it'll be okay. I think it isn't going to be okay. At this point in the process, I don't think it's going to be okay. So we need a full loop in order for this to be okay. So I think right now I'm going to do something like this. Just to give this a loop. So that it can, loop around and start again, right? Just for the sake of doing that. It doesn't look like there is enough power on the metro line either. Probably because this isn't built yet. That needs to be completed. And once I do that, then this should have power. And this one and this one. Those need completed too. Yeah. Anything else? No, we're good. Okay. So I want to get the airport going on Friday, like I said. And one of the things that need to be done in order for the airport to be working is I need to get the metro going because people need to work at the airport. And people need to work at all sorts of things, right? So at the fence gate, and then airport connection, and then the fence gate, airport connection. Ooh. No, I don't need an airport connection here. This is just to get into the helicopter area, and then you wind around, and then you get the airport connection. But if you can't get into here, you can't get here until you've already passed through the fence gate. So when you reach this point, you are already cleared. Do we get... I don't think this is electrified. Not all of it. It's also not built, all of it. So we'll get this built too. So I can have the tunnel going over here. And I can see how the trains and stuff in this area work. That'd be cool. The trains in this area will work here. And then this will be a mixed. And then we'll go with a chain here. And a regular clear there. There we go. Yep. Just like that. And yeah, so we'll be able to see how all this stuff works later on. On Friday, are you going to test the road network by introducing private cars? Yes. We'll have private cars. We'll have tourism. That's the plan for Friday. Disneygrad will get built. Private cars will get built. We'll test out the road, make sure everything's going to work there. I don't foresee any major issues other than maybe like this intersection. I think maybe this intersection will get a little bit busy. Yeah, we have plenty of deliveries in this area, so that's working out okay. We don't have any automatic deliveries here. I realize that the food is not adequate right now. I know that that's a thing because we expanded too quickly to test everything. Didn't have enough time to set up food distribution. So another thing I should do is try to get food distribution going. That's this food factory. So I probably should get that. I'll get that going offline just to set up the infrastructure for it that I would have set up as we were expanding before anyway. I'll get that set up to where I don't need realistic mode anymore to be self-sustaining. I'd like to see the ultimate goal and sort of the finale on Friday is to, and I'll delete this ship too. This ship doesn't need to exist. The ultimate goal on Friday is to turn off realistic mode and just let it go, and let it go for like a whole year. And if we have a positive balance up here after that year, good growth rate, positive balance, at that point I say victory. Okay? Because it would have happened eventually anyway. I just accelerated the timeline by like 40 years. But that is like everything is in place. If we're self-sufficient at that point, then I think we're good. We might run into issues. I think we'll run into issues with power. But chemicals needs to be running 100% in order for it to provide enough chemicals into this area. And we also need plastics. So that has to be set up as well. I might go ahead and put plastics installation in and then just show you. I might do that because I don't know if I'll have enough time to do Disney plus airport, tourism, etc. Metro. I just set up the metro today. But I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to really do all of it. But we'll see. The ultimate goal is to get the plans that were already in place in my head, minus nuclear. I just think that's too far out there. Getting all the plans that were in place in my head and also that have been laid in, getting them all built, and seeing how they would have worked if we had let it come to fruition, right? If we had gotten it through, because I think we were on a path. I think, we had really good stability before. I think we had really good stability, like the last stream and everything. We were doing all right. The farms were growing pretty well. There is this spot here we're not farming because the stupid land does funky things. Whenever I place this field here, I don't know why it's doing that now. It wasn't doing it before. It's doing that now. Very strange. Also, apparently, there's no road connection to any of these, which is a problem since they would burn down. So we'd want to have a road connection back here. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. You're flickering at me. Glorious. I just wanted these to be off the main road. And now they are. And then these ones can be on the main road. There's a lot of them in a little tiny period of time here, so just pull this off the main road. There we go. Come on. Show me that the field will work. See this? I don't get it. It's doing weird things to the fence. It's just saying that it can't farm here. I don't understand it. No matter what I do, in the end, it doesn't even matter. Maybe it's these electrical cables running underneath. Maybe they're too shallow. I'm gonna try this out. If I rerun these cables, if I rerun these cables around the field instead, over the fence, not through it. Right? That's what they said, right? Or maybe it was. I really think we should go over the trench. Oh gosh. Can't wait for the finding. I can't wait for the Dory stage, the Finding Nemo stage again. You know? Because, like, as an adult, as an adult male, I find that it's can many times be socially unacceptable to indulge in movies like Finding Nemo with enjoyment. I'm kidding. But, you know, if we were to, say, have a tiny child who loves it, well, then you're just going to have to excuse me for indulging in it myself. All right, I want to see if I can lay this in. If I go really, really low. Maybe not even low. Maybe we'll just come across like this. Just go around it. Go around the field with the electrical cables. Come on now. What the heck? Yeah, like that. Just go around the field, and then maybe that won't disturb it anymore. I don't know. Seems weird, man. Should be able to place a field here. Can't build due to infrastructure. Yeah, right. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's just strange. It's definitely the electrical cables. So you can't run electrical lines underneath a field. Okay. I mean, sure. That's the rules. I'll play by them. That's the way the rules are. And that's what we'll do. Just go around the field. Then you have no excuse. Yahtzee! Done. Okay, now it's a full field again. Farm. Work that field. Okay. On Friday, it says, is there an ETA for the next update, and when your series will start? I want to say, based on what I'm hearing, that I will be able to start next week. It's not going to be released next week, but it goes into what's called a public beta. So it'll be, instead of being available to only internal testers, it then becomes available to public testers. And at that point, I feel like the features are pretty much set for it. The way things are going to work, the balance and everything is probably set for it. It's mostly just a bug, trying to find bugs and squash them at that point. And from what I hear from internal testers, I've talked to a few of them. From what I hear on Discord, anyone can talk to them. By the way, I'm not special. It's just there's a public Discord server and you can talk to them. From what I hear, though, it's a pretty stable build. There's not a whole lot of problems with it. There is currently a bug that I have been told that is fixed. So probably the next update, if it didn't already hit, that causes a construction project to fully complete, but not fully complete. It's basically 100% done, like roads or something. It'll be 100% done in its progress, and then it'll just sit there. You know, it'll sit there at 100%. Not finalized. You can't use it, but none of the vehicles will go work on it because it's done. There's that, and I think it has something to do with just the fact that there's like that deconstruction element of things now, and how it relates to whether things are done or not. So you have to try to deconstruct it, and then it will complete after you try to deconstruct it, but then you can't cancel the deconstruction and have it finished. It's a weird thing. I think it's fixed though. I don't exactly know how that works because I haven't played it yet. I have not touched the new update yet. I haven't touched it yet. So I'm unsure as to why that is losing. Why are you dropping oil so fast? You shouldn't have this issue. Do I still have a truck? Oh, son of a bee. You, sit down. Go sit down. Pretty sure I already did that, but maybe that was before the crash. I think it was before the crash. And then there's this thing's over here is complaining about having no fuel. Yeah, I know. I probably should have fuel delivered here. Well, now I can, right? Now I have that ability, so I've got that set up. So let's make sure that we provide fuel to everybody. We'll say that fuel is delivered here. This is a fine location for it. And I think what we'll do is I'm going to turn off realistic mode, and once I get some of the survival elements solved, there's parts of survival that needs to be worked out. Food, basically. Food, and that's it, I think. Once I get food under control, because expanding this quickly would never have happened if I didn't have the food supply to support it. So this food factory, I need to get people working here. I have enough crops, I think, from the harvest this year. It's June, so they'll start harvesting middle of next month-ish. I believe is when it's going to be timed. About middle of July, they'll start harvesting. And we should have more than enough crops to sustain this, as long as I have supplemental things like, is it this one? These guys, right? These guys are bringing, you know, they're loading all this stuff up, bringing over to different storages, and I can also get them to deliver now over to here. So I can have these two grain storages filled up as well from this logistics office, and we'll make sure that this is considered, yeah, keep this at a 90% or something like that. So they should keep doing that pretty easily. That should get food to be delivered into here, and then I can get another trucking route to bring food over to this warehouse. And as long as I can bring the food over to this warehouse, distribution will distribute it, but also it will mark this being full, and the distribution trains won't take it here. And because of that, they'll be more available for these guys, because I made Charlebinsk initially. I made Charlebinsk the size that would be okay for one food factory, and that was it. And I made it. I know people don't think I calculate these things, but I do sometimes. The number of people that at capacity can live in this city at maximum occupancy is the amount of people that this food factory is capable of feeding at maximum worker count. So it's like, you know, that's it. But now we've got Karen Glad, we started to get. We've got Opexki, right? And so that part is starting to hit, and it's not enough. You have too many people for this one to handle, especially since that's not working all the time. So second one is needed, and I'll go ahead and get this settled and get this working offline so that it's ready to go. And then from there, once that's ready to go and working, I will turn back on realism mode, and you know, let some other things construct, let things like that happen, because otherwise we're gonna see, well, maybe we're not gonna see. I was gonna say we're gonna see steel building up, but that's not the case. I mean, the steel's been delivered to the construction offices. You know, these guys are sitting around doing nothing. Helicopters have nothing to do. They actually don't have any steel either, so that's actually interesting. They don't have any steel. Well, anyway, there's like little tiny things that need to be looked at, and so that's what I plan to do offline. I plan to look at these tiny things and make sure that they work. Yeah. Any plans to check out the new Captive Industry update? See the community tab on the channel. channel page, click community, read that. It's probably a couple posts down now, but read that. Let's try the metro train and then we'll wrap it up. I was just reading the comments. Let's try the metro trains and we'll wrap it up. So we should see. You should have. Yeah, you should be. Wait a minute. Aren't you moving? Yeah, go get it. There should be. Oh, there's more metro trains to get, sir. So what I think we'll do for the metro lines, because it doesn't have the ability to go that way from this location. Note to self: make it a diamond interchange next time, or at least a triangle. So what we'll do with this route is we'll have it start its route over here. Right? We'll have it start. I can get it out of the way. Where is it? Right here. All right, and it will load pretty much everybody that's just workers. It'll just load workers is fine at this stop, and then it will travel over to here, drop off those workers at this station. I was like, where is it? Drop off those workers at this station. You can pick people up, it's fine, and then you'll carry this way, and you'll then go into this station. Same thing. Okay. And then you'll go to this station. Same thing. And then you'll whip around, right? And go back to this station. Okay. And then you'll proceed. And that's your route, right? That's going to be what we do with this. So if I say go with this metro line, let's see what happens. I told the metro to go. All right, so it's gonna go. Now it's on the keep left. Remember, metro trains keep left in our republic because I screwed up once, and I didn't want to rebuild it after I screwed up. So metro trains will always stay on the left side here. We have a whole bunch of people down here waiting. The metro platform is open for business. We don't want students, but we want workers. So it is open. It is working. People are waiting, and so they will get in here, and we will see them load into this train. And we now have a functioning subway system that we never would have had. No way would we have had that. That's just that's wild. All right, so this is the line. All right, and this line, I would very much like this line to be carried over to this train. And it does seem to work. That's really good news. So I can now launch you to go do the same. Now, it's going to say engage and track along the way. And I think that's just because there's no signaling, right? I don't see any signaling. So how in the world do I get this train to go in there? Because I think you can't have any signaling. I think that's how you have to do it. I don't think you're allowed to have signaling with a metro. Yeah, I think if you do any signaling at all, it won't work. So I guess we just won't have signals. Which is kind of, I mean, that sucks, but okay. So you have two trains that are on the loop, and they're on a loop, right? So they shouldn't hit each other. Now, I want to see. We don't want any workers here, so let's go 0 on railway production. But I would like workers here. I just haven't organized and got fit like the whole logistics to make this work. But we do want to have cars and stuff brought to people later. So what I'm gonna do, and I realize that this is not the way it was supposed to be yet, but I mean, we'll do it right the next time, right? We're going to have plastic and fabric automatically delivered here for now. I'll see offline whether or not there's something I can set up with just a few little buttons to get this to change. But I suspect it's impossible for me to provide enough fabric without buying it at the border anyway, since fabric is fully going to close right now. The only way I would be able to have enough fabric to come here and make this, to make vehicles, is if I decided to shut down one of my clothing factories. Basically make half as many clothes, but have, make more fabric than I need. And at that point, I can then have the distribution trains bring it here. That would probably be how I would do it. As long as I've cut my expenses, like I'm no longer buying fuel and no longer buying bitumen, I really don't need to ship as many clothes anyway. So I could pull back on clothes in exchange for having more fabric here. Probably what would be better though, and what I would have done before, what would be better though, is if we established a city that could do that. Maybe I have a fabric factory over here and some of the people in Opexki can work there, right? It's just crops. We just send the crops over to that factory and we work it, all right? Or a bus station over here, fabric factory over here. It's just crops. We just constantly pump them out. And then that gets hooked up to the train distribution and it gets brought over here. There's clearly some easy stuff we could have done as we scaled up, and as Opexki got more people, we could have put them to work doing that to bring fabric into this area. But for now, we're going to auto buy it, just so I have it. So steel is here, check mechanical components, electrical components, plastic and fabric is the only thing I needed to worry about there. Plastic's not going to be set up in time. That was going to be set up before we did this, so I'll just simulate it by having an auto buy at the moment. And then, yeah, so the only thing I need to do now is to have the forklifts are going to change. Let's have that. And all you need now is to electrical warehouse 1 and 2. So electrical warehouse 2, you're gonna load fabric, load plastics, good. So all you need to do now is unload the stuff. That's it. I want you to unload this, and this. And then assuming we had enough to make electronics, by the time we had enough people, that would have happened. So we're gonna add this. Yeah, add this electrical components factory and make sure that you are load electronics and unload these 3 things. Yep. And then the electrical components factory is also something that needed to be connected because that wasn't built before. And so that's going to also get built. And we want to, again, load electrical components and unload these 3 things here. And I will just keep a steady supply of plastics right here too. Okay. So that should be covering the gaps of the industries that we didn't quite build yet. Plastic and additional fabric. Again, I could have done something different there. But now we should see that we are able to build cars. So they should start lining these in. They should start getting there. That's good. We will have them build these with random colors. I love that this option exists. It didn't exist in my old series. This didn't exist, and it was like every single car is the same frickin' color. And I had to go through and set up like a work queue that had like 20 of this color, then 20 of that color. Now it just says random color, and I love that. Beautiful. I love that. Very, very good. Cool. So they're going to now... they're going to load all these things. We should have all these things getting delivered for creating cars, okay? So once the cars are here, we'll then have them delivered out throughout the cities. We're going to put them into the parking lots. People will claim them. We can also put a car dealership if we wanted to as well. I would most likely have to put that... I mean, I guess I could fit it right here to have it be accessible by everybody. It would, the the logistics of bringing a car to this tiny location sort of sucks, but it would make it accessible by everybody. So we'll put the car dealership here. And then at the moment, we'll say 0 people work here. But we'll then get the logistics set up over here. We'll get flatbeds added to this area that can take cars from this area. No, we want to do it from somewhere else. Yeah, because that's what this one was going to do, but I think it's... Yeah, this one was going to do it, but I don't think it can. Nope, not this one. This one. Yeah. There's a big flatbed here to deliver cars, but I just don't think it's going to be able to do them fast enough. We'll have you... we'll have you go here for now. And then deliver them to the car dealership here. Unload at car dealer, keep very full, and then you're going to load vehicles. There are no vehicles there to load, so it's fine. For now, we'll just turn this off. But that's how we'll get that sorted. In the future, or in the more like long term, what we were going to do with that, right, is to have a train come in. Trains were going to come in here, load a bunch of vehicles, and ship them over somewhere else. And so we could have them shipped over, maybe over to here would be fine. I think this would be fine. We could have them shipped here. I hadn't really thought about it yet because it wasn't a high priority for me. But I think we could... This is just roads. You need the big one if you want trains. I think we could just put them right here. I thought I could. It's really low. Try it like this. Eh, good enough. Fine. You do something like this with it. I'm pretty sure that is a waste. Yep. Sure is. And we could pull it off of this side and then just... What's the path that the train would take to return? It would probably go through coal, to be honest. Yeah, it would probably go through coal. I need to provide an alternative route for you then, don't I? Okay. Something like that. It's all the same intersection anyway, so it's fine. It would just be... It just has to be better managed now as an intersection, so we'd have to go something like... This should be a one-way track, though. Yeah, this is a one-way track. You're going there. Yeah, one direction only here. Same thing with this. This is we're not building this with trains anymore. I had these two ways because we were building them, but we don't need this to happen. This is a one-way track. And it just goes around that way and out. And then this is a chain. Yeah. This should be a chain. That one is fine the way it is, I guess. I don't care. And then you are a chain here. Yep. To get into that intersection. And then you are only this way. And you are only this way. And then I don't want that signal. You can move that signal to be back here. There. That should keep everything out of each other's way. Wait. No, I did it on the wrong one. Yeah, wait, I did it on the wrong one. Oh, shit. This is not this track. It's the other track. This one's fine. The way that was perfectly fine before. Yeah. It comes from this side. And then goes back home from there. So this side is this track. And I think this track I'm gonna pull it off from here instead. I'm gonna do this instead. This is gonna be cleaner. That's gonna be way cleaner. Yeah. And then we don't have to be so close to the... God damn it. We don't have to be so close to... this intersection with the other signals. You're a chain. And then I think I want... this isn't long enough, so it's just going to stop there. I could pull it back further, but I'd rather not. I'm just going to leave it there. So if there's a train stopped here, then this train's going to wait. And if this train can't get past this signal, then they won't go into the intersection at all. So that should actually be fine. The only reason this is purple is because it's considered an intersection, but this is a one-way intersection. There are not going to be any conflicts here. It's a one-way track. And this is more than 150 meters. Much more. That's our longest train right there. So we have extra room there for that. So that should be fine. So now we have a way to deliver those flatbeds here. And so what we'll do then instead is we'll let this logistics, instead of going all the way over there and getting cars, we can have them simply get it from here. Oh? This building is incompatible with a distribution office. Really? So distribution offices can't do that. Okay. In that case, I would probably want to just have the flatbed trucks do this. Let's have a dedicated flatbed then is what's necessary here. Put you here. Put you here. Put you here. And we'll put you over here too. So all of these guys will be responsible for moving cars to car dealerships around the Republic. Okay? And what they'll do, they don't have a whole lot to do, but what they are going to do is they're going to come here, and each one's going to be responsible for one car dealership. So they'll just grab cars. So we'll load vehicles, wait till loaded, and then bring it over to this car dealership, and you will wait till unloaded for your vehicles. Okay? And that's your route, and you're going to stick to that. Go. And so now the distribution office, if it's incompatible with that one, I wonder if it's incompatible with this one too. It is. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. Learning things. That's good. Good. I mean, just train distribution offices, whatever. So we would have a dedicated. That's a dedicated. Yeah, dedicated car train, I guess, is what you need for that. That's peculiar. We would want to put in... I like that blue one, but I like the different colors to signify sort of what their purpose is. Yeah. Okay, well, it's okay. Once we start making vehicles and we start seeing that load up, it'll be fine. And we have all we're missing now is electrical components. And the forklifts just simply need to deliver that resource to us. So we have electrical components in here. All they have to do is deliver it. They're just not doing it yet. Maybe they've been told not to. Yes, right there. So now they'll do it. And then you at the rail house, you're also allowed to do it. Okay. So now we should see electrical components getting delivered here, and as soon as that happens, they will begin to make cars. This Havria in random colors, which will look really nice. There it goes. Now they're producing this vehicle. So it looks like we're going to produce one car every 6... No, it's 60 work days, but we have a lot of people in there, so we're going to kick out cars a lot faster than that. So we should see cars coming in right through here very soon. I think it gets pushed in here first. But there's no power supply there. Okay, fair enough. So now the first car is here. The first car is a boring white car. Oh man, look at this little hatchback. This thing needs power in order to actually service it though. So we'll give it power. Give it power right here. I don't really think I need realistic mode anymore. I think I can let construction crews do things now. It's fine. Well, no, I can't yet because I still need the auto buy. But tell you what we can do. I still need the auto buy on food. That has to still happen. But we'll just build things from resources from now on. We'll just choose not to do it with money anymore. Until I get the food factory up, and then I'll turn it off, and we'll see if we can survive. The goal is to have a profit at the end of 1 year. I want to see that the money has been rising, not falling, without auto buy, realistic mode on, everything. That's what I want to see. I don't know if that'll happen, but we'll see. See, this has power, but this does not. It's so weird. You're just out of range or what? Yeah. You are just out of range. That's exactly what's happening. Okay. We are going to then take this whittle guy. If it'll let me. I can do this. There. And we'll build that with resources now. Yeah. Go figure. We actually are going to build it with our own resources now. It was so nice having things done so fast, though. Wasn't that so nice? It felt really good to have it all just built. Just have it all built for you. Automatic. Crazy, man. Now the forklifts are running all over the place. Doing things. I don't know if the forklifts are better, though. I kind of feel like trucks are still good. I feel like trucks are better. Like, forklifts are nice, but look how much space I needed to make that happen. I could have put everything a bit more dense. Could have put everything a bit more condensed, I guess is the right word. Didn't even get anybody. Wait, is Karen Glad not... What's going on over here? Nobody's waiting at this platform anymore. Or the bus stops. They're just choosing not to work at the bus stops? What is this? Come on, guys. Why are they leaving? Why are you leaving? Is it because there's no pub? Pretty lame, you know? I wasn't ready to have this up yet, okay? Alcohol's here. We're just not delivering enough alcohol. That's what it is. Yeah. We still need alcohol to be delivered too. That's on me. That part's my bad. Because I don't have enough alcohol production, because I don't have enough workers, because I don't have enough crops. All the things, right? So I'll take a look at it, and we'll wrap this series up on Friday. I hope you guys had a wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope it was still interesting despite not having a challenge anymore. But we're going to have a lot of interesting things to see. The airport will be fully functional and ready to rock. We'll be bringing in tourists. We're going to build Disneygrad tomorrow, Friday. We're going to build Disneygrad. We should have stability in Carenglad hopefully by then, because I can just build the things I need for it. And Opekski, most likely to have everything stable, I'm going to need to actually build it out, because that was the whole point. It was going to be built out in order to have the stability. So I'll probably add a lot more buildings and stuff here. So I'll show you the new Opekski when you get back on Friday. Will be more buildings and stuff probably over here and over here. And more bus routes and another bus stop and more cultural buildings and everything. But we're going to have people bringing people over here is what we need. I need to have this operational so that all the food is made, and then that food gets shipped via trucks down the highway into this. And as long as I keep that up, everybody in Opekski gets fed, and those trains won't bring any more food here. If I'm not bringing food here, then that means that the food is staying here where it belongs, which at the moment it's not. It's not staying where it belongs, and I will be delivering clothes to that border as well. So hopefully I'll see you guys next time. It'll be the final one, and then it's all videos from there. All right, take it easy. We'll see ya. Bye-bye.